See, we're starting Development Review Committee for July 28th. The first item is addition to Bell Prairie Farms, a forest conservation plan and preliminary plan in the East County area. For your information, the meeting is being recorded, and I believe the lead reviewer is Mariah, who is online, correct?
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Alrighty, so let's get started. So good morning, everybody. 1 second. I am also in the chat. I am adding in the 120-day review schedule, but I'll speak it again. It was accepted July 8th. The applicant's final submittal September 1st. Agency letters will be due September 21st, and the tentative planning board date is actually November 5th. So I added that in the chat for everyone to have. But I want to go ahead and what you're seeing now is the lotting plan, just to show a clear lot line delineation for the proposed subdivision. Mike, I'll go ahead and kick it over to you with any comments that you have. I do know that some of the impacts would be environmental, minor things for transportation, and then just some cleanup to address the flag lot requirements, and then also to make sure that stuff for our 200 zone is provided. So go ahead. I'll let you kick it off if you have any questions about the comments that were provided to you.
Sure, thank you. This is Mike Norton. Everyone knows, hopefully on here, Norton Land Design, we're the consultants on the project. Beside me is one of the owners, Courtney, and her brother Andre is on there as well. So they are the applicants here to listen and questions. We have, I guess, Mariah, we'll have to work with you. I think given some of the comments that we have, we're going to have to file an extension. Mainly, we need to go back and look at the noise study requirements. I haven't run into that before in this area, especially with the home crest. So I want to go back. I believe I spoke with someone yesterday. I want to make sure there's no exemptions, anything, classification is correct. I heard through a good attorney friend that we need to check those things. So we're going to look at that, and then we're talking to a noise consultant now. So I know that's going to take a few minutes to get resolved. I'm not sure is DPS on stormwater. Is it Mark Etheridge on or someone? Not sure. Maybe not, because we have an approved stormwater concept.
I'm
available.
Andrew's one. Yep.
Yeah, Andrew Kohler with DPS. Hey, Mike.
Oh, Andrew's. We drew one comment on this, Andrew, from Marco for environmental, and he flagged the floodplain concern on this property. So I guess we need to go back and talk with Bill Musico, because our stormwater concept, this did not come up, but I believe that we can address this through the 100-foot the stream buffer, and then environmental is asking for a 25-foot BRL from the forest conservation. I believe we worked with Bill on projects before when we made like an analysis that the floodplain would be within the stream buffer. Does that sound right to you?
I would definitely defer to Bill. So
Okay.
I mean, definitely reach out to him and get that determination as our specialist. Yep.
Yeah, I think we've done that before on one or two projects, so we'll resolve that. Aside from the noise, I think the biggest concern that we have right now is the extension of the sidewalk beyond the property that we have down to the nearest connection. I forget how many hundreds of feet that is, but that is across a neighbor's property, and it would be on their property. So I'd like to maybe have a conversation about how we plan to do that. It was Brenda's comment, but.
No, I think it was an overall transportation comment.
Okay.
I think in concept plan, you all had discussed the connection to the northern sidewalk, but it was I guess at the time it was understood that that was entirely your property, but their property boundary
I
is the
think we just
neighbor's
wanted you
property.
to explore it.
To
The concept
explore.
plan, we just want to make sure that that was explored.
We looked at it, it would be a substantial undertaking
Okay.
to try and resolve that. So maybe we put together
Yeah,
something.
a bill
That's
or
what we
something.
wanted.
to
Okay,
make
the way I
that
wrote it, I was, read it, I was like, oh boy. Okay.
What I would do is, and jump in if I'm wrong, Richard, I would take, if you're talking about like going beyond someone's property and you're saying that they have a dedicated right of way, which this would fit, I would provide that plat and show that this would require that. Was that a fair, was that?
Just a memo of the
Okay.
documents.
I didn't know if we had to if you were requesting that we reach out to the neighbor for.
No,
Right,
just if there was
easement or-
available right of way.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. We studied this section and we can't make it work in the right of way. We were trying to figure out how we were going to address that. So
Yeah, I think just documenting that was explored since that wasn't
got it.
common concept plan. Yeah.
Got it. That we can definitely, we looked at that yesterday prior to this morning. I think overall, I agree, Mariah, that a lot of the cleanup, the justification for the flag lots, we did it. We showed it, we just did not justify it. So we'll correct that.
Okay.
I think that's basically our big concerns right now. I'm not sure if I can get in the chat when I get back to my office for this.
Okay,
So
I'll send that to you. I'll send you the
Perfect.
time. Yep.
yeah, and then we will we'll loop back around with you to get the extension request. So
Okay, that sounds good. I'll open it up the floor to anyone that has any comments or any questions, from a review standpoint that you need answered. But if not, this will conclude the DRC for edition
Okay.
of Belfry Farms.
can I ask one
Yes.
more question while I'm on here?
Sure, go ahead.
There's one comment, and Marco, I think you're on the call. Yes.
Yes.
I'm curious, there's a comment to provide a fence on our property to protect the neighbor's conservation easement. Is that, it just seems like it's protected from our end based on just on a property line, and it would be a trespassing issue. And it would be responsibility of the actual owner of the property to put protection on their property. Am I not understanding
Well,
that?
I don't know. It was an unusual condition when I walked the site, whereas the owners of the easements, they have fences set in such a way that they can't even get to their own easement. Whereas once the new houses go in, it would appear as if the new owner owns that land. So anyway, that's why the comment was
I
there.
see. One of the,
But
one of the,
potentially maybe some posts might
That-
help just
okay.
to make it visually clear that they don't own
yes,
the land, whereas visually it would look like they do.
yes, okay, and one of those owners is on the call right now, because he's the developer of this project. So he wanted to make sure that his backyard looked how he wanted it instead of a developer, so he bought the property. And it's going through the subdivision process, so we could probably work that out with some posts or something. So he actually bought this property to protect his neighborhood, which is an interesting case. So we can work that out.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you, Marco.
I was just gonna add, Mike, related to the topic of neighbors. I
Yes.
would suggest some of the comments that we put in e-plans, which you may have seen, have to do with preserving the character of the road.
Yes,
And to that effect, we are recommending to protect as many of the existing trees as possible by locating the buildings in such a way and orienting the buildings in such a way that you can protect the existing trees.
okay.
I think that's gonna help protecting the character, and with that, I think the neighbors are always a little bit more receptive and open to it.
And we have, the community meeting, we didn't have any neighbor opposition.
good.
No, they came out very interested in it. What they did want a few trees along their property line. I think it's to the north.
Sure.
So we said that we would just take the mitigation trees and push them all along that side for, screening and canopy coverage as well. So, and like I said, one of the neighbors plans to live here, so.
I think we also suggested some landscaping around the garages and recessing the garages, just all of it, just for
Okay.
compatibility.
Sure.
Too.
Okay. Sounds great.
I don't know if you have any questions.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Item number 2 for DRC, Viva White Oak Residential, the concept plan in the East County. Meeting is being recorded. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, like Nita said, Eva White Oak, concept plan, the property zone CR1, with a C of, commercial of 1, a residential of 0.5 and a height of, 220 feet. This portion of the project is 118, a little bit over 118 acres. Project is planning to provide 10% open space, 180 townhouses, a combination of 782 towns, 298 two-over-twos, 12.5% MPUs. Overall, I think you have provided some direct questions. I think at this point, we just need a little bit more information in regards of just the grid, there's grading concerns. We would like to see topography and a slope diagram so that we can confirm actually like the actual buildable area, so that we can kind of confirm your public streets, and also making sure those public streets meet public road standards as well. There was also concerns about how the project would potentially be phased with those amount of units. I think it's important to understand like the interim spaces, and then also how those interim spaces relate, just how you're planning on unloading units. There was also questions about the community center being like centrally or more south located on the site. With these amount of units, I think we would like to see opportunities with the project, maybe either centrally located or providing two community spaces on opposite sides of the parkway. I think outside of that, can turn it over to y'all to go over additional questions that you saw from our comments that we can kind of highlight today. I know we'll need additional meetings outside of this to kind of go through everything, but that's kind of the highlight. I know we're definitely excited for this part of the project to come in and things like that. So outside of that, I think, I guess another positive thing we can highlight too, I think we didn't have any issues with the location of the park site. I mean, the park and school site. So.
Great, thanks. Anybody that might not know me, Kevin Foster with GLW. I'm going to be hopefully honchoing things along. Just wanted to make sure you knew everybody else that was here. Scott Wallace, attorney on the project. Jessica from NV, Teresa with MCB Retail. Daniel is also online. And Nushin also from NV. So thank you guys for all your comments looking at this. I know this is an important project for the county. It's an important project for MCB real estate. So we're excited to get this piece of it moving. I know there's a lot going on overall with all of Viva White Oak, but so we're kind of just focused on the townhouse piece. I know we only have a half hour, so I'm going to jump right into just some questions we have about your comments. And I do realize there's a bunch of meetings we're going to need to set up moving forward. Might as well just start with environmental. I know there were a number of comments about grading and steep slopes, and we have a full grading plan for this. We were more looking at two-dimensional issues at the moment, trying to make sure that things we're heading in the right direction. We will totally get everybody the grading plan, and so you can see how it's graded and transitions, how we're dealing with steep slopes and unit types and all of that. So we're pretty confident that we've come up with a plan that works pretty well, but we will start parlaying that out as we have some additional meetings.
I think the problem just is that because of the grades of the site, that there isn't really such a thing as a two-dimensional issue. For example, roads have both a horizontal, requirement as well as a vertical requirement, and you can't know if the horizontal works if you don't know if the vertical works. And so I think that's kind of, where.
No, I understand that, and we're confident we're going to get there, and we'll show you what it takes. I mean, that's
great.
What we do. So we're confident we can do that. Couple quick questions, Amy, just for you. 25-foot setback to the conservation easement, is that from the unit or the lot?
That's actually from the lot line, and I'd like to explain why, because I know it might not sound fully intuitive. Because here's what happens is if you've got a unit that backs up to a conservation easement, and say you want to put a deck on the back of your house or a patio, or even just have mulch delivered, there is no way to have anything delivered so that someone can access the back of their yard. If you want to move your lawnmower from the front of, from the rear of your house to the front of your house, there is no way to do that when you are backing up onto a conservation easement. If there's,
We totally get that. And we certainly see a lot of issues when it comes to single family detached. We don't nearly see it as much with townhouses, because typically we have an HOA strip along the back, because you do need to be able to get to your backyard. And my question was really, what's generating the 25 feet? You know, I mean, that's wider than a road. So that's why I'm asking this.
right, so it's really, we've talked a lot with our inspectors, and what we found is that when we start getting at 10 feet, we start to see a lot of issues with violations, whether it's the HOA or the homeowner dumping their grass clippings, dumping whatever. We also start to have a lot more problems with people calling to complain about trees and the inspectors having to go out there. And so that 25 feet is really based on experience in dealing with. And it's not just single family homes. We have this problem with townhomes as well.
I'm assuming we're going to be required to put fencing along all these edges
Yeah.
as well.
Yes.
Okay. Enough said. Comment two, you have made a comment about mitigation for a stream that's being removed. What stream is that?
So there, if you go back to the previous forest conservation plan that was approved, if you read through the staff report, there used to be a stream on this property that essentially got land moved onto it. There was a stream there, and the stream is now gone, which doesn't mean that the water source is gone. It just means that the stream disappeared. And if you read through the conditions of approval as well as the staff report, you'll see that it talks directly about this.
Okay. I wasn't.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, yeah, well.
I've visited this, I mean, probably not nearly as much as you guys, but over 15 years or so, I've been out to this property many, many times. And the landform has changed substantially each time, which is to be expected given the use of it.
Obviously, we'll be reaching out to set up some meetings to discuss.
Absolutely.
Parks and schools, there were a lot of comments. Yes, the park and the school will be included in the preliminary plan and site plan for this phase. Since we really didn't have a layout or anything, we weren't really that focused on it, although we were very focused on the parcel itself and making sure it worked with the 9 acres. But we met with schools and parks last week, just got some information in today. So we will be setting up meetings with parks and schools to continue that dialogue. And as far as overall streets, we will be providing, looks like parking on both sides of the streets on all the surrounding streets from the parks and schools. So I know that's a issue with having enough parking for that. Is Marie here?
I am. What can I do for you?
Morning, Marie. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Just a clarification on your comment 10, just so I understand it. When you're evaluating the need for 3 or more access points for community over 600 units, are you looking at that as Viva White Oak as a whole or just the townhouse section?
I'm looking at the 2 choke points, and I already know that your units are an issue. So, sort of.
When you say choke points.
So you have Viva White Oak as the main road. You have access at the top and you have access at the bottom. There's the circle. at the south end.
Right.
So that would be considered a choke point, if you will. There's no other access into the community but from that circle at the north and then from the circle at the south and the intersection at the north. So you have everything sandwiched, all however many of your units plus whatever commercial is going to come in plus this plus. So it's not just your townhouse, it's everything as a whole. Your townhouses already put everything well over the limit of two access points.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to set up a meeting to discuss this. Obviously,
We can discuss it all day long. I talked to Tim last week and we were very clear. You are nowhere near, excuse me. Excuse me, my goodness. You are nowhere near a tipping point. You are triggering 3 access points. I don't have any room to give on that.
so the other roads, public roads that are connecting down to FDA Boulevard, they don't count?
No, because you've choked everything at the intersection in the circle.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna,
I'm just curious, this is Bree, right?
Yeah.
How do you develop a third access point?
Are you asking me? I'm not your designer.
Okay, it's more of a general question, but
We've got like 3, at least 2, maybe 3 connections that'll get to FDA through all public streets that run through this whole, I guess, western portion of the project. It'll be, both the residential townhouses, the schools, the parks, future multifamily and stuff like that. So if you're not reliant on the circle to get access into the greater residential project. So, when we look at it, the circle to us doesn't present a choke point because we've got alternative ways to navigate through this whole western part of this development.
But it all begins at the circle. The circle is your choke. And it includes your residential, and it includes the commercial, and it includes, which compounds your problem. Compounds the fire department's problem, my problem.
But if you're coming off of Cherry Hill and you're heading west, approaching Viva White Oak, you've got 3 opportunities, the last of which is the circle, to get into the greater portion of the project. So you don't have to traverse all the way to the traffic circle to be able to then navigate through the community.
If you're referring to the driveway connections, these access points are required to be remote from each other. So you have no remoteness due to everything being in the immediate vicinity of the circle.
Even if they're public roads, they're not driveways, they're public roads.
Correct.
All right, we'll talk offline because I'm struggling to understand that. So
I'm pretty sure you're not, but yep, happy to chat.
Yep, absolutely.
okay. Troy, a couple of site plan comments. I heard you talk about it a little bit in the beginning, but provide interim use layouts where applicable. What are you talking about there?
So typically, like a larger project like this, you might have a situation where you have like interim open spaces, depending on where you phase out, depending on how long it takes you to deliver those townhouses. So typically, sometimes it's good to see those interim open spaces or interim uses.
I think in this case, we're probably going to be developing the open spaces as we develop the townhouse sections, because we will have a phasing plan. At some point in that phasing plan, we'll also be bringing on the major recreational facility, the clubhouse, the pool online, as well as the park property. So we'll have to talk about all that in the phasing.
Yeah, not so much the permanent spaces. It's good to see where those permanent spaces, but sometimes you can kind of have some interim open.
I don't think in this case, because of the grading and the staging, we're going to be having a whole lot of that.
Yeah, it was just more so looped into the phasing. If there was an opportunity to talk about it early, it'd be good to kind of have those conversations earlier on. So
right,
and it wasn't just open space. Sometimes you can, we seen like a bark social or things like that. And so.
Troy, when we started the meeting, you had a comment about phasing. Is that the phasing question you were asking? I didn't.
That
I
was
didn't see
one
it.
part of it. The phasing is more so like your entitlements, how you plan on loading the
Okay.
projects, because we're dealing with building permits with the townhouses and units. So understanding like first phase, if you're going to unload 500 units, it'd be good to understand where those 500 units are in relation to the streets, open space in schools, so we can kind of, think about that instead of trying to put it all together when the preliminary plan and site plan comes along. It just helps to understand like how the project is going to be livable before you fully build out. So you don't, you have a situation to where, it takes a little bit longer and residents start complaining because the clubhouse is not ready and stuff like that. And so we dealt with that, especially with the larger projects. So the moment we can get ahead of that, and it works with your conditions of approval. So we're not, dealing with future amendments and stuff like that earlier on.
That's why we'll have a basic plan, of course, and then we can go from there. Okay.
Let's see, you also had a comment in there about NPDUs. I know staff is supporting 15%, but we're sticking with 12.5 on this. What else was in there, your comments? About the clubhouses, I think we're probably going to stick with the one clubhouse, but we'll talk about a lot of Natasha's comments about the open spaces. And I think it all kind of ties together because I think there's an opportunity for an enhanced second hub or second community area that we've been talking about. So we like some of the suggestions that we're seeing from the design section, which we'll talk about here in a second. I think that was about it. Transportation planning, DOT, couple of questions. Everything we've had on our plan currently, they're all public streets. We're not proposing any private streets. So right now, there's no issue with us having to, justify anything. I mean, we think public streets are the way to go and for this particular project, and that's, where we're heading at this point. So obvious.
You're talking about the comments related to providing justification for the private streets?
Yep.
Yeah, question on that. So I think the comment is just like a blanket statement.
I'm just putting it out there that in this case, with the scale and the size of this that we're putting together, we think it's really appropriate for everything. Public streets, private alleys, obviously, but public streets. Speaking of the alleys, looks like there was a comment about making all the alleys 16-foot wide instead of 20. So we'll certainly look into that. But there was also a comment about making the driveways in those alleys 20 feet long instead of 18 because of the size of vehicles. We can certainly do that. I think we can do that for the 2/2s where we have parking in the driveways. There is no other driveway parking proposed for the townhouse sections. Those are all just aprons. So there's all of our parking for our towns is in our towns. There's a 2-car garage. And then we have parking on both sides of the street on all of our surface streets. So all of our visitor parking will be on the street. We're not proposing any driveway parking for the towns in the alleys. Okay.
Kevin, I think that's not realistic because a lot of folks use their garage as a storage and then they park.
Well, I mean, for an urban kind of plan, I think it is the zoning code really pushes you that direction. If I put a driveway in, I have 4 cars per unit.
Well, and I think where the comment is coming from, and check me if I'm wrong. Right, I think we have a sweet spot, right? So it's either so short that no one's going to park there, or it needs to be long enough that it does work. And so I think what you're showing kind of shows this ambiguity that it kind of could fit, but it could be obstructive. Is that fair?
Yep, that's exactly it. It's either 5 or 20 is kind of the sweet spot. 5 makes it very clear you can't park there. 20 makes it so that you're not blocking the alley with larger vehicles.
And it all plays into us getting all of our utilities back there and how much room we need between the units. And, it all kind of has to work together. So, we hear you, but we still need to look at all of that.
Good morning. This is Brenda with DOT. Deepak is the reviewer for this, but I'm representing him today. I think we also want to make sure that the fire department access, that works within that. I think when you come back, just provide us with more information and just show us what you're proposing. And I think we'll go from there.
Yeah, not a problem. Because you're right, it does tie in with fire access. There are a number of alleys that, because of the mews and the greens, that some alleys are being used for fire access. So we'll discuss it moving forward for sure. Comment about the neighborhood streets, the section we're showing there. I realize in the road code, it says neighborhood streets are at a 60-foot right of way. But when you look at complete streets and you look at all the pieces, whether it's the 2-foot maintenance strip, the 6-foot sidewalk, 6-foot street buffer, 8-foot parking. In this case, we're using 21 feet of paving with 2, 10.5-foot outside lanes. It adds up to 57 feet. We're trying to be as judicious and efficient with our land as possible. And the question is, with this many streets, that adds up over time. Is there a design exception that would keep us at 57, or do we have to use 60 as, just because it says 60, or, is it really worth wasting ground? I don't know.
I'll let DOT speak to any design exceptions, but typically, if it's a public road, it does need to meet the public road standard, which is a 60-foot right of way for a neighborhood street.
That's
issues where you can't fit ProAg compliant ADA spaces, street trees, all the things that we need to get in the right of way. But Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that there are also new streets, so there's no exceptions. We need to follow what we're required. And that was the comment from Deepak as well.
Okay. There were I saw a couple of comments about details for the transition of White Oak Way at Industrial Boulevard. Hasn't all that been worked out through the previous preliminary plan?
Well, the previous preliminary plan has a condition that you need to demonstrate the transition at a further plan. I can actually get you a reference for that.
Do have those designs as we've been working through the late tip improvements, so we can share that exhibit.
There was a question about intersections along Viva White Oak Way and whether they're in the same location as currently shown on the prelim plan. A couple of the southern intersections have been shifted slightly because of the street grid. So we will have to be looking at that with the future, I guess it's preliminary plan D that'll be coming in. Right-of-way truncations. Yes, we are providing those. I think we are going to ask for a reduction in the truncations from the 25-foot standard. It tends to push our units so far from the corner sometime that we would really like to look at a moderately reduced truncation at these intersections for the property corners. So I think that will be included in a request at prelim plan. There was a comment 19 that said upgrade pedestrian facilities at intersections along site frontages and adjacent intersections to comply with ADA standards. Is this per specific location, or somebody have something in mind, or is this just a kind of a boilerplate comment?
It's this, Rebecca. It's just a boilerplate comment.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't thinking about something specifically that we needed to be looking.
Yeah, you can ask Deepak if you have any questions. I believe that's his comment.
Okay. All right. I guess so now really just getting into the design comments. Natasha.
Sure.
Do
you want me to share the?
Sure, if you want to, that'd be great. We certainly appreciate your thoughtful analysis of the current layout.
Long hours of meeting internally and
no.
I hope you guys take care.
No, we certainly appreciate that, and certainly a number of your ideas are, very intriguing. We certainly have been talking about this secondary community activity center and ways to activate that and what's in programming. And I mean, I think that is a great suggestion. And we have been talking about that space for quite a while as to what it's going to be and its location, because it's in the northern part where all of our active recreation is in the, around our clubhouse. And that was intentionally done, but I think you're correct. We probably need to look at that. And also a couple of your ideas about, your cross street, the orange, more of the garden street across there. We will have to look at what can be done at either end to accentuate those. There's some grading issues at the right side because it really falls off there at the edge of the site. So we probably have to really look at that and also examine what the streetscape really is going to be. But we kind of like that idea, and also your loop, your activity loop, I think has some merit that we could really look at to enhance a lot of the activities, certainly, that we have planned here. I guess your biggest comment in relation to the plan and the layout of the plan would be adding the additional street on the northern side to cut that block in half.
And that was a comment that kind of lingered from the last year through the sketch plan for the whole area. So we still think that those 2 blocks are pretty long, and it looks like having additional street there, like a smaller street to connect the blue line to the red line. That would be beneficial for walkability of those blocks and connectivity.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to
discussion on those.
We'd have to look at some intersection spacing, make sure transportation planning, DOT doesn't have any issues with another right in, right out on Viva White Oak Way. But we have talked about those blocks,
yes,
how they're laid out, and circulation. So we're gonna definitely take that under advisement and take a hard look at that. Yeah.
These 2 blocks that they are really long,
Right, the site gets pretty narrow in there, and it's always been a little bit of a challenge how to get the grid and the module to work, the unit street kind of thing. So then we will certainly take a look at that and see how that plays out.
Kevin, I also wanted to add and just caveat that a lot of the ideas that we have here are sort of high level, big picture ideas that obviously have to be worked out through the details as you continue to look at the site.
Right.
And, environment, the grading, the topography, all of that. So I just want to kind of add that caveat that, this idea is obviously, we're thinking big picture, conceptual.
Right.
That's what the concept plan stage, but obviously, obviously, as we get further into the details and the refinements, we have to sort out locations of the lines where things go. I'm sure you're aware of that. I just wanted to mention to everybody to hear.
No, it's I mean, that's kind of why we're here at the concept plan, and you get a lot of detailed comments and the stuff, like, okay, we're not at that point yet. So I certainly appreciate the higher level thinking and, where we're trying to get with this thing overall.
Yeah, sure.
So-
The overall goal that the design team had to create some sort of a design hierarchy of the street. We don't want all the street look the same, houses the same. So those are the suggestions, but we are open to see how you can buy it. So that's why we thought some sort of an east-west connection, like that orange line creates that connection between east-west. So maybe that typology of the street as far as the design can be different from others. The same, so that's what we were suggesting, maybe a garden street, on northern side where it gets more light. It can be anything that you would like to have, but we wanted characteristically that the street looks different to kind of imply that primary connection between the 2 neighborhoods. And the same thing for the loop road that you suggested, the green loop that goes around. So maybe there is opportunity to connect it and creating a continuous loop, and then some sort of activity can happen along it, recreational exercise stations, maybe on the western portion, because that's opening up to the nice views to the stream. So those are some of the suggestions that we have, but hopefully we get into more detail as you develop the plan further.
Sure. Getting to the end of our time.
Okay. Just the only other comment, the only other big comment and the other, like, we just didn't really get to is front load townhouses.
Yeah.
And, you know, for us, they're an important part of the plan. They really help us develop the edges, so everything is not a single loaded alley or a single loaded road. And it provides another unit type in the development, so,
Correct. So we invite you to like use them strategically in the location that is not interfering with the views and topography and not fronting into like a major open space. So the amount of front-loaded front-loaded townhouses that you have, it seems like a little bit excessive to us. So that's why we thought maybe in a strategic location, you can use duplexes, triplexes to narrow the length so the views can open up, especially on the western portion that you're trying to open up views into the stream valley buffer. But again, we can look at it again further when we have.
okay. Obviously, we'll set up some other meetings to talk about this site plan design with Troy and yourself to
Sure.
move this forward. All right.
So we're,
You guys have any comments or?
yeah, I was just going to say do y'all have anything before? So yeah, y'all have y'all standing Viva Me, I think every other Friday or Friday. So
This Friday, yeah.
I don't know if y'all want to schedule y'all meetings in that standing meeting or if you want to kind of do like separate. Okay. So right now looking at least the transportation, the fire and rescue, environmental, and maybe design can be with, I'm thinking with transportation, fire and rescue, that could all be one.
We should be there.
That should be all three. And the environment will be there too, but I think we can have a separate, that might be a better conversation to have in isolation and then bring that information into the transportation meeting. Having an environmental meeting first and then working that into the transportation comments. But I think design and transportation will be at the environmental meeting too. So two, but more focus on the environment, if that makes sense.
But not this Friday.
Not this Friday, because Amy said not this Friday. But sorry.
I am. I am very much out.
I'll work with Amy on that meeting and we'll go from there.
Okay, because I was gonna reach out to Emily today, because we were hoping to discuss with you the overall forest plan, but maybe we'll set up a separate meeting. Be back in a week. Yeah.
But I think even before we get that, I mean, we want some deliverables, at least before we go into that meeting. Or you can let me know and then we can work with. Yeah, so we're not just going there saying for the first time and talking about it.
No, I understand. We
Yeah.
get you something to look at so you can,
Yeah,
give us meaningful feedback.
right.
And we'll
So,
continue to meet with schools and parks, so we just got some deliverables from them, so we'll continue to meet with them.
but that concludes this one. Thank you for your time and we'll be.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Went a little bit over. This is item 3 for today's DRC, writing stable subdivision, local map amendment, and forest conservation plan in East County. This meeting is being recorded, and Tamika, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Thank you so much, Neil. My name is Tamika Graham, and I'm with East County Division. Good to see you again, Dylan, and some other folks that you have with you. I will start off with just a few comments before we let some of the other agencies chime in with their major issues, and then we can give you the floor, Dylan, to follow up with questions, or if you want to lead the discussion in a different way. But I wanted to just start off with the process, because we are dealing with a project that crosses our county and Prince George's County. And I wanted to assure you that we are working closely with Prince George's County. We've met with them. Many of our comments were produced in coordination with them. And some of our key topics today, I think we want to talk about today, and then also have several follow-up meetings, is regarding determining the appropriate timing and what jurisdictional approval is needed first, and what would be needed subsequent to that. We also need to talk about sewer and water. As you know, your project has public infrastructure on one side, but we don't have public from the Montgomery County side. Access is another topic that we need to sort out, and determining who will be the responsible party for the maintenance of the road. And then we also are trying to sort out which county will take the lead with the frontage improvement standards. And we're still working through that. And I think we'll have a final solution when we have our follow-up meeting. Again, just in terms of process, I think we mentioned this to you before, but you will need to submit a preliminary plan to us. I believe Prince George's County doesn't require, they require a administrative subdivision plan, and we do have someone from the Prince George's regulatory team online to either correct me or jump in later with some more information. And then I believe you will need a site plan from Prince George's County. So just getting into a few more details with the transportation, just wanted to underscore that in terms of the roadway approval, that will be dealt with at the next stage, but we do want to set up a conversation at this stage. And the development in Montgomery County will be contingent on the approval in Prince George's County. So that's where that sequencing of approvals will need to come in. I believe you also saw in our comments that in coordination with MCDOT, we're recommending that the maintenance of the roadway be entirely under jurisdiction of Prince George's County. We can talk more about that. And then also, as I mentioned, just the frontage improvement standards, we still need to determine which county is taking the lead. For zoning, I'm not going to go through all of those comments, but I think you got the general gist of the comments, that we would like to see a revised statement of justification, and we provided a couple of bullet points that support the specific areas that we would like you to expound upon. And then there were 3 key sections of the code that tie to like the zoning intent, that tie to the standards, and one other thing. But those were the key things for that. You are requesting a residential floating zone. And the number that's subsequent to that ties to the dwelling units per acre that you're seeking, which we understand what you put on the plans, but you also had a couple of sections where you're putting like R90. And so we just wanted to clarify that, to make sure that it's straightforward, the floating zone that you're requesting. And then before I turn over the floor, I just wanted to highlight some environmental comments. As you know, you have 2 forest conservation laws to deal with in this project. For our side, Unfortunately, we're not able to support your proposed afforestation location. We just foresee future violation issues happening. We see it all the time. And we think that you should probably take it off-site. You also are located in the Patuxent management area. So we have our environmental guidelines that have additional requirements that need to be met. And we also need to see a variance request associated with some of the impacts that you are proposing. I think that summarizes very quickly some of our main high-level points from process, transportation, and environment. And happy to turn it over to the agencies. As I mentioned, water and sewer, big thing, and then also transportation. Let's see, I don't know if you want to jump in there, but
sure, yeah. This is Tim Williamson. I'm with DEP Water Supply and Wastewater Unit. I reviewed it for the water and sewer category. Right now it's intended for private on-site systems. I put in my comment where to apply for the category change. So we'll just need a application to change the category to, I guess, either W3 or S3 for public service. I don't think it, there's a lot of properties around that have already gotten that designation, so I don't think it'll be much of a problem. We'll just need to go through that process. So just contact me if you have questions about that. I think I'll put my email on there as well.
Category change, Alan Sukup with DEP. A category change will not be contingent on the zoning change here, like it was at Olney Manor Park.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying that, Tim. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know if MCDOT wanted to just chime in on the coordination efforts there, or should we move on to?
Hey, good morning. This is Brenda. I believe Rebecca is reviewing this and she's out on vacation. So if you have any other questions, please contact her.
Sure, will do. Yeah, we've been looking at the guidelines for the roadway improvements. We're still a little bit early in the process to get into the nitty-gritty details, but we plan on complying with the guidelines. And Tamika, your point about coordinating with Prince George's, I saw that in your comments, and that all makes sense. I think that the maintenance makes sense coming from Prince George's County as long as that's acceptable to them. And I guess we'll just follow up to see which roadway standards we should be following, whether it's Montgomery County's or Prince George's. We're happy to accommodate either one. Just we'll follow up and figure out how we should head on that.
I see our colleagues from Prince George's County. Would you like to introduce yourself and add a few comments?
Hi, sure. My name is Mridula Gupta. I'm the supervisor of the subdivision section here in Prince George's County. Good to see you all virtually. I'm filling in for Sherry Connor, who's on vacation this week. I do have some information about the background. I believe this project has been in some shape or form in progress for some years now. And yes, it needs coordination with both the counties and the agencies. Just quickly, in Prince George's County, you will need a preliminary plan of subdivision to be approved and also a detailed site plan. And if you need any information about the process and the timing, definitely contact me. If you need my email address, I'll put that in chat. Let me know.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Oh, always great to have a direct contact, so I appreciate you showing up today.
Yeah, sure. I also noted that for water and sewer, I heard something that private water may be approved for the lots that are in the county, the Montgomery County side. But in the Prince George's County side, I was looking at the water sewer category. They're already in a category that, excuse me, requires public water and sewer connections.
To
So there's
implement,
no option for
to implement
private.
to implement the plan as they've shown it, they will need to get a water and sewer category change to W3 and S3.
Okay.
So they can do that anytime. It's not based on the zoning change. So they could go ahead and do it today.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would tell them that.
Yes. The goal would be to have both county sides serviced in the same way, correct?
Okay. Sure. So yeah, for Prince George's County side, you do not need a category change. You're already in W3S3 category.
Right.
Yeah, and I believe Tamika has already been in contact with our transportation staff. But if you need their contact information, let me know. And I don't know if Sherry mentioned it in the last meeting regarding the extension of West Drive into Montgomery County. You need to file a written request with the district council.
Okay.
And the district council has essentially 45 days from the date of filing to approve or disapprove the request. And then she also said that the internal subdivision street shall be deemed to a public street having a right-of-way width of 80 feet or less. So that would serve the purpose. I don't know, maybe you're showing 50 feet here. And also environmental regulations, you would need to meet the environmental regulations in Prince George's County for the area that's within Prince George's County. So that will be evaluated with the preliminary plan of subdivision and the detailed site plan.
Right.
And then when you go for final plats, and again, both the plats in Montgomery County and Prince George's County, I believe will go together. It's a lot of coordination to happen, but yeah,
yes.
We are there to help you.
Great.
Any questions?
That sounds good. No, that is that's basically how we have been anticipating this going. As you said, there's just a number of different steps and coordination. So we're just trying to work through it and give close attention to each step. But yeah, sounds like next will be the preliminary subdivision plan and site plan with Prince George's County. And we'll work on that in coordination with the Montgomery County side.
Great.
Dylan, did you have any other questions for the agencies, or did you want to hear from anyone else in particular?
I think what we've heard so far has been super helpful. I did have a question just on the FCP comments, and you did address it in your opening. So the afforestation area, even though it's proposed over 10,000 square feet and the minimum 50-foot width, it's more about the location. You have concerns about it holding up over time. Is that correct?
Yes, concerns about it holding up over time. It's also just a really isolated little pocket that doesn't connect to anything. So kind of looking holistically, it doesn't really work on a lot of levels. You could still do it on site. It would just need to be rearranged someplace kind of more of a common space and accessible.
Yeah,
Right.
those people don't end up with really any usable yard. Right, because the conservation easement is. Right.
Yep.
Oh my God, that's not a good situation.
Yeah, totally makes sense. And then there was also the mention of the variance request related to the FCP. And I see that tree that you're calling out. There was a tree shown on the NRI that it must just be turned off on the FCP, so that's my mistake. But so we will turn that tree on and get the critical root zone shown. If we are able to show that and not do any disturbance within the CRZ, does that variance request still, is that still needed, or can we mitigate that by just not disturbing the CRZ?
Well, as shown on the FCP, your LOD would have been in the CRZ, so if that LOD stays there, you need the variance. If you change your LOD outside of it, then no. It may well behoove you to get it, just in case things change with your plan down the line.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Just looking at my notes. I think everything else was pretty self-explanatory and kind of as we covered. We're going to get into much more detail with this project as time goes on. And we definitely plan on staying in close contact with you all and making sure we're getting everything covered. So no further questions at this time. Just appreciate your time, and this was super helpful.
Great. I'm supposed to share dates. I'll do that before we close. So your final submission is August the 18th. And for our partners at the various agencies, your letters would be due September 10th. And we're hoping to have this at the planning board on October the 22nd.
Okay. Have I gotten those dates in email form just so I can get them on my calendar? If not, might ask you to repeat them. Sorry about that.
Right away.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
All right. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
for DRC today, Road 270, Administrative Subdivision Plan and Forest Conservation Plan in West County. This item is being recorded. Ruben, whenever you're ready, go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Captain now. We're going to get the West County Division. So it's the Grove 270 Administrative Subdivision commercial to residential application. The big ticket items coming in today. I see the tree cover and the tree cover requirement, Corporate Boulevard connection, the phasing of that connection. Amending the Hanover Shady Grove FCP to remove the Category 2 easement. And see, that's good for big ticket. So this is for you guys. Open up for questions. I know we have a long conversation. Please begin.
Ms. Rogers with Virtually. Thanks everyone for the comprehensive comments. We are excited to finally be here at DRC with this project. It's been a long way to get here. We filed the concept plan last October, and obviously been spending numerous months working with park and planning staff and various agencies to try to work through a number of these comments, recognizing it's a big project and we're going through the expedited plan approval process to kind of get ahead of a number of those. So excited to be at this stage of it. I think the CRR plan, which has been submitted, but obviously can't be accepted yet based on timing, will address a number of the comments that we received. There's the green cover exhibit within that obviously has more information on the landscaping, the open space design, the facilities we're proposing. So a number of those comments I think will be resolved shortly once that gets accepted and under review. There's other comments that I think will be easy for us to readdress with the resubmission. The noise analysis request and the protected intersection checklist are both done. We actually thought those had been slip sheeted into the package, but obviously didn't get circulated to what you had to review. So we'll make sure that those are in front of you with the next round of review. There are a few comments we wanted to kind of dig into today while we have the benefit of all the agencies represented at DRC, but did want to discuss two of the threshold issues kind of at a higher level. Just preliminarily, recognizing both will require follow-up conversations. The first is Road I. We were very surprised to see the comments suggesting an alternate alignment of Road I within the comments we received. This is something we had worked closely with DOT and park and planning staff on the alignment. And I've spoken with Richard about it, and we're working to get him additional information. And obviously we'll continue the conversation, but wanted to give everyone the benefit of some of kind of the conversations we've had to date. We think the alignment we're showing mirrors what was shown in the sector plan. We recognize that obviously the images in the sector plan are conceptual to some degree in nature, but I think it recognized that there needed to be a comprehensive redevelopment of this whole block for Road I to be implemented. And in fact, regardless of where the alignment falls within our property, the full completion of Road I will never be realized until the EQR property is redeveloped, because they use a significant amount of parking within that parking garage to support those residential units. And that parking garage will also be supporting the multifamily we're proposing. So there would need to be a comprehensive redevelopment for it to be realized in full. And we believe that this alignment allows us to implement a portion of it now with this phase, show how it can ultimately be realized in the long term, while also preserving and maximizing the number of units that we can build within our development, obviously the overall feasibility of that. The second major threshold issue is obviously Corporate Boulevard extended. The sector plan, how it has the alignment of Corporate Boulevard obviously requires participation not only from Buchanan, but also the adjacent property owner of EQR. They have a sliver of property that's needed to realize the ultimate alignment of Corporate Boulevard, which is pretty much fixed because it's got signals on either two ends. We've been working closely with EQR to try to facilitate that, but it is out of our control. We're hopeful that they will participate and will be able to provide for the ultimate build out of Corporate Boulevard. And we're working diligently on that, but we don't control it. And so the applicant feels strongly about including both portions of phase 1A and phase 1B within this application. We had initially planned to move forward with construction of phase 1B first. There's a number of reasons why that makes the most sense from an infrastructure, construction cost, other feasibility reasons. We recognize that that's challenging since we don't have that sliver under control. And so we have agreed to flip the phasing, where we would construct phase 1A first if we can't get that dedication. But we want the ability to move forward with the portion closest to Omega Drive if we are fortunate enough to get the dedication to complete the Corporate Boulevard extension in time. And if we're not, we've proposed a condition that would require us to come back in to reevaluate what that portion of the property looks at. So that addresses Park and Planning's concerns. We understand there are some concerns with how the interim layout is shown here. And that's why we're proposing a condition that gives you the comfort that know that you'll be able to review that again, propose changes, modify it as we need to if we are at a point where we realize we just can't get the dedication. We hope we don't get there, but that's what the condition provides a safeguard for. So we think that's a fair and reasonable approach that accommodates this unique situation, and obviously something we'll need to continue to have conversations about. So with those kind of background on those two issues, I think we can dive into a few of the more technical comments that I'm hoping we can make some progress on in today's discussion. The first, there was a couple comments on driveway lengths. Mike, maybe I'll turn it over to you to walk through those.
Sure. So there's varying driveway lengths on this project, and it just depends on the unit type in general, I'll say. For some of the units with the 2/2s, we've got 18-foot driveways, which of course meets the parking requirements. And in those locations, we know from previous conversations that you know, sometimes there's a concern, especially if there's like a sidewalk, that a car parked would potentially block that. But in these conditions, we've got just the alleyway that is adjacent to it. So we think that it does make sense to keep with the 18 feet and not reduce density, increase impervious, to keep it to the standard that was set by code. We also have some units that have 10-foot driveways, and that's because we are using the alleys as fire access. That was something that we recognized as a compromise, where we didn't want to put fire access lanes into the open spaces. So we were able to work with a solution with Marie that we could remove the fire access from the open spaces so that their design could be more in line with what your expectations are. But that does mean that the alleys need to have 10-foot clear from the building to the fire lane, which is the 20-foot alley. If we were to go to something more than that, then obviously, again, we'd be talking about a significant loss of density to expand it. And if we were to go to something less than that, then we'd have to be, again, looking at putting fire lanes in front of the open spaces. So we do feel like this is, you know, a good solution in terms of the layout. It was something that we've implemented before on another application just recently that was approved up in Germantown. So we're hopeful that we can continue to use this solution. So where the 18-foot driveways are located, is there fire access on those alleys? Sometimes. Yeah, I think the concern, there are large vehicles that are longer than 18 feet, and the concern is not just overhang over sidewalks. That would be a concern if there were sidewalks, but in alleys, making sure that there's the clear width for the fire access, clear width for people to drive past. So really would want you to explore what and understand what the impact of that would be to provide 20 feet. The 10 feet is more challenging because I think that suggests that somebody could maybe park there. It's long enough that people could think that they could park there. And again, the same issue of if they think they can park there, they will park there and then they will block or overhang into the alley. So that's the concern. But I think we need more information on what the impacts of that are. And maybe more specificity on if we're talking more globally, like, are there specific alleys we want to talk through? Maybe that's a follow-up conversation.
Yeah, and we can look at which ones have the fire access, which alleys that have the 2/2s, and we can evaluate to see maybe in a couple places there is room to be able to move the building forward a couple feet, and kind of try to find a middle ground when the fire access is needed like that.
Okay. I'm just not sure about the 10 feet. I mean, I think that would be a significant change to add. I guess you're saying we have that 10 feet to all the driveways.
Or make it 5 feet.
Or make,
Well, I think the problem with 5 feet, Mike, as you were describing, was then you have an issue with fire access there.
right, then we couldn't have fire access in the alleys, and we'd have to put the fire access lanes back into the open spaces, which, you know, we understood that was not preferred.
Yeah, certainly we don't want fire access shared with open space.
Right.
So, yeah, I think we would just need more information on like, I guess I'm not quite understanding why reducing that to 5 would mean that changes your whole fire access plan. If there's another way that you could get 5 feet that's not used for
To
driveway.
get wider, because it's the distance between buildings, right?
And then you don't
that
have the
need-
10
that are
feet
required.
clear from the building to the edge of the alley, which is what Marie needs.
40 feet. Right, so you've got the 20 feet of pavement and then you have these, is there some other way to reduce the width or the length of those driveways?
Alley wider, but then that just increases speed and it doesn't really. do anything.
I'm not even sure if the alley wider would be acceptable, because
Oh, right, because then you're not 10 feet away from.
yeah,
building.
because then the fire trucks could still be in any part of that expanse, if you make the alley 30 feet wide.
Which alley has that condition, or is it multiple?
It's the majority of them. It's the majority of them, and I'd have to look and confirm, but I think it's almost all of them. The one block where there's 2/2s that we just centered on, a little bit
just
further
alley,
south.
Twin down.
That alley, those do not have fire access in the alley. And then the other block where there's 2/2s on the left, that does not have fire access in the alley either. So as far as the 2/2s go, it's the two in the middle, that are mostly fronting on either Street I or Boulevard. We can take a look at those two, though. I think some of that will play into how we solve Street I as well, because, you know, we were looking at it and it's very tight from Street I to Shady Grove. Thank you. And, you know, it just, you know, squeezing it down, we just got to look at water and sewer. We got to look at dry utilities. We got to look at stormwater management, and, you know, some things might be compromised to the point where we wouldn't be able to get the approvals, and there would be like I said, a significant loss of units.
Bro, not much in the office.
Yes, and I think we probably need follow-up conversation with Marie. Done.
Yeah.
But that you understand the concern. I mean, yeah,
I do. And I think maybe we could look at, like I was saying, that maybe there's a couple of places where we could get to the 20 to reduce the likelihood of that kind of situation. I think the 10 is going to be the tougher one.
Yeah, if you can provide us with information about like the Germantown example, that would be very helpful to them.
Okay.
In terms of, I know, Carlos, you had two comments about kind of the head-in parking on Alley H and Alley M and looking for additional information. I just want to clarify kind of what additional information. I think we had conversations before about kind of obviously other examples of where this occurs within the county and kind of works well. So I wanted to understand that.
I think really what we need is kind of like an operational analysis to see how all of that parking will be provided. I know that space is very tight, but the main problem is just the location of the loading dock and also how close it is to the garage as it comes in and out. We want to make sure that there's no potential conflict zones within that proposed parking, the loading zone, and the operational garage that will be adjoined with the multifamily.
I think, Carlos, my concern is like, we don't have a way to model that. We can provide auto turn for you. I think what we are recommending is a loading management plan to give you comfort about but the parking with the driveways is a typical drive aisle parking garage.
Understood.
Alignment. So, but the loading dock, we can come up with a loading management plan and I do that.
And that would be sufficient.
Okay.
That took my next one. Killed two birds, one stone. The next one we had, Amalia, I know, had a comment regarding trying to preserve tree 39, which is down along the Shady Grove Road frontage, to the right of Corporate Boulevard.
Right in where that notch is along.
Yeah, the right-of-way
In the right of
dedication
way.
notch. Kind of right above where it says Shady Grove Road on the right side. Where the dedication fits in to the site. It's in that general vicinity. And you know, there's a significant grade difference from Shady Grove down to the existing building. So those townhouses are also below Shady Grove Road. By adding that, I'm going to say shared use path, but maybe that's the wrong term. But by adding that shared use path there and pushing it back to give a wider lawn panel, there's a significant amount of fill and slope that's going on between those two. So, you know, being able to save that tree while implementing the road improvements there, the sidewalk improvements, it would require, even if it could be saved, it would require a significant retaining wall within the public right of way. You know, and we could look and see how high it would be, but I imagine it's on the order of 6 to 8 feet to try to save it. And, you know, even then, I'm confident that we wouldn't be able to truly save it, where the CRZ would be less than 30%.
If you could just please then make certain the variance request or, you know, that the plans include that information about what would be, you know, required in order to save the tree, just so the planning board's got more information.
Sure.
That's all good.
Thank you.
I didn't see this before, but is that a proposed trail going into the Shady Grove Road towards the townhouses?
It's like a lead walk.
It's a lead one, okay.
Yeah, we didn't want to put individual lead walks for all those units because they were a little bit longer. And like I said, the grade doesn't work. So we just did one kind of master lead walk there.
Got it. And just given the grade, you're not, so just kind of following up on that, will there be a retaining wall to modify the slopage of that lead walk, or?
We're not proposing a retaining wall.
Okay. Could you just provide the just the slope of that potential lead walk? That would be really helpful. I just want to make sure that it's ADA compliant.
Sure.
So not to add on to requests here, but when you're doing the noise analysis, I mean, it sounds like it's already done, but if you could please look, since it sounds like you're changing the grade and the relationships of the units to the road, that's really going to change the nature of the noise impacts. So when you've got, say, if you're putting up your sensors on an existing property and your sensors are at usually 5 feet above ground level, if that's not what the ground level is going to be, if the ground level is going to be, say, 10 feet above that, we want to make certain that you're actually looking at the noise at the height of the proposed grading, not just the existing grading. Because, you know, when you're, I guess in some ways, it'll make a difference for your second floor noise. In some ways, it makes it better for
I would say
noise wise.
dipping down, so it.
Right, it actually makes it better, and we want to make certain, you know, to get it right.
Okay.
Yeah, we are mimicking the existing conditions out with the townhouses. I understand what you're saying though, but like we're not changing the grade for those townhouses.
Okay, I thought I understood when we were talking about the tree, you were talking about a retaining wall.
So it's like,
So
it's like Shady Grove Road is up here, existing is here, but we're widening the flat part of Shady Grove, so that slope comes down further.
I see.
So it's like, it's just pushing that slope further out is what I'm saying. So all I'm saying is, you know, if they took the noise levels based on the existing, it shouldn't be too different, but we'll check it.
Okay, does that mean you're making the slope steeper or are you using a retaining wall?
We're just doing 3-to-1 slope. I'm not sure what's out there, but we're holding 3-to-1, which is the general practice of maximum allowed.
Our list, if you left, was, I know there was a comment request I don't know if anyone from DOT is on, but for information regarding the truncation, we are not proposing truncation at any of the intersections because it's not needed from a sight distance perspective or for any of the signalized intersection equipment. But we can include that waiver request with our resubmission.
Hi, this is Brenda. Deepak is the one reviewing this. That should be okay, but however, we usually do ask for truncation, even just for pedestrians, but put your request, we'll go from there.
Okay.
And that's something that planning will look at as well.
I think Maribel had a question about street lighting along private streets and just confirming, this means, this is Greek to me, but confirming can be designed to IES.
Yeah, it just says meet targets and it doesn't specify
The
target.
MCDOT street lighting. There's targets, specific targets for different zones of the street. They just have to come in. And there's like a table.
Yep.
Like that.
And I guess for Omega Drive's ultimate section, we had, I thought we had coordinated what that ultimate section was going to look like, and we put it on the plan. And it was really for the purpose of showing that it could fit. But we're not really sure exactly what that is going to look like. There was a comment about not removing the median. So I guess maybe we'll follow up with DOT on that one as well. There was a road diet where when there's travel lanes was going away to be able to add bike lanes. And we're just not sure exactly how to make sure we address that comment. So
You'd have to eliminate the median to accommodate the bike lanes and the one lane.
Is that a planning comment or a DOT comment?
No, that's if we were to eliminate the median.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Or is it DOT?
There is a DOT comment.
Yeah, I think if you're able to provide the, what's existing, what's proposed, and what's the ultimate, just showing us all the the cross sections, I think that will give us a better idea. But I did see that was a comment that Deepak put.
yeah, I guess we'll put that on the agenda for the follow-up meeting that we have. Hopefully that'll be an easy one.
Great. I know we're out of time, and that was the last one we wanted to discuss today.
How do you feel about talking about the phasing?
Well, that's kind of, I think, where we started with the two kind of threshold issues, that definitely needs a further conversation because it's very important to us that we keep both phases within this plan approval.
So I'll plan up a meeting so we can talk about this sooner.
Yeah, it's need to do that.
Yeah, we're on two different pages when it comes to that. So,
But just so everybody knows, for the road I conversation, what we've requested is a cross section that shows the property line boundary, a plan view that shows the property line boundary and the proposed road, and pipe facilities, cross sections of the existing conditions to compare, both cross section and plan view, and then a list of impacts to the project and issues with accommodating the 74-foot right of way.
Yep, I circulated that last night, so we'll work on pulling some of that together.
Anything else? So are we talking about two separate meetings, one for street eye and one for the phasing, or is this one meeting?
I'm just not getting put into one, I guess. Well, actually,
I think we could do. How do you guys feel about it? I think we could do one if we can.
anybody else just have NCDOT, when we're done talking about the street, they can hop off, we can talk about phasing. Yeah. That works.
Sure.
Might just needs to be a little bit longer than.
Yeah, and I expect to see more in the expedited plan, and then we can dig more into some of the more regulatory stuff and that.
Yeah, I think a number of the comments will be resolved when those plans get under review. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. When do you anticipate being able to schedule that meeting? We're gonna have to try to get that contract. Thank you.
C 4719 Hampton Lane. This is an expedited plan in West County. Meeting is being recorded. Jeff, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Sure. Hi, good morning, everyone.
This is 4719 Hamden Lane. This is the expedited approval plan portion. Previously on the last ARC cycle, actually a couple cycles back, we were looking at the administrative subdivision portion. From my end, there haven't been any major comments or changes from what was noted at the administrative subdivision plan portion. I know there are comments that pertain to a noise analysis as well as a discussion about the green cover. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the applicant for any questions, comments.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Matt Gordon on behalf of the applicant. I guess up front, can you tell us when we need to resubmit the plans and have everything back in for the September 10th planning board hearing date?
Yes, I can forward a schedule to you all following this discussion. I don't have it open just this moment.
Okay.
I'll send that via email.
I know it's quick. It's a quick turnaround, so we just wanted to confirm. But I think we're targeting getting the noise study updated and having that back in like 2 weeks. And of course, we can have the plans, the revised plans for both the subdivision plan, which I think we have some cleanup items on that we got comments on a week or so ago, and this expedited plan back in sooner. But we just want to confirm when the sort of that last date is.
Sure.
Okay. On the green cover, I guess that's really the only topic I think we wanted to discuss today, design topic. When we got your comments, Jeffrey, at administrative subdivision plan, we interpreted that as sort of, lay out the justification for why we can't meet the 35% recommendation from the sector plan. So we worked hard on, explaining that when we submitted this application. And then this time we got a comment, I think it basically said, just like expand the green cover to meet the 35%. And I don't think it's feasible for us to have a project that can actually be constructed and leased, just given the unique circumstances of this site. It's much smaller and much more narrow, I think, than probably every other multifamily site that's gone through this process in Bethesda. We've got like 20% to 25% the amount of amenity space or outdoor space on the rooftop as every other project that we've looked at in downtown Bethesda, so much less. And it's, heavily encumbered by the green cover that we are providing, as well as the mechanical that needs to serve the building. And the reality is that tenants are not going to lease units if they don't have some outdoor space on the rooftop, and we don't have much as it stands. So it will create a hardship if we have to increase the amount of green cover.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Thanks for the explanation.
So I think we laid it out in the justification statement. So if you want to, we're happy to set up a meeting with you and Stephanie and Haley and others offline that we can show you, some of the exhibits and graphics that we have that support what we put in the narrative. But I think that's the sort of the one main item that we're looking for help from staff to support us on so that we can move this forward. And I think everything else we can address with our resubmission.
Okay.
Sure. This is Hallie, the environmental reviewer. Happy to have that meeting. I just, in looking at what was submitted, I really do feel like there were areas that could be expanded a bit to get you just closer to that 35%. But yeah, I'd be happy to sit down with y'all.
Okay. We'll have Brian or Rob Tilson on our team, the landscape architect and civil, reach out to you and Jeff and set up a meeting for if you're available later this week or early next week, so we can walk you through the plans and see what we can do in terms of our resubmission to address the comment.
Sure.
Rob Tilson or Janelle Cosner, do you all have anything else?
No, thanks, Matt. I appreciate you laying that out. And I look forward to the.
Can't hear you, Janelle. Your microphone. Your headset.
Your mouthpiece is rotated up.
Oh. There we go.
There you go.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, just to sort of reiterate what Matt Gordon was saying about the green cover. I look forward to the conversation that we have. I think we have some very compelling exhibits that demonstrate how hard we've worked to provide space. Compared to our competitors, we have very little. So I'm interested to see where you think that we can save some space, but I think that we've been overly generous with what we are showing right now, while still remaining competitive within the market. So look forward to that conversation. Appreciate everyone's time and effort through this process working with us.
Yeah, and I don't have anything else to add either from VICA's standpoint.
Thank you. Jeff, we'll just look for the schedule so that we can get everything you need to put your staff report together and, get the agency letters in time so that we can coordinate all that, because I know it'll come quick given that we're almost in August. And then we'll schedule that meeting on the green cover. And then otherwise, I think we're in good shape.
Okay, sounds good, Matt. Any other comments or items just before we close out?
Hi, this is Carlos Pesmin. I reviewed the transportation elements for the CRR. I know there may be a little bit of a jog here because there's Justine is reviewing the admin sub, and there's a different review for the CRR. I just want to make sure that we're aligned on some of the additional items that we're seeking on the site plan. The bike facilities are just the one extending an item that I don't think was addressed in the admin sub. We just would like a detailed plan, or at least get like a blow up of the bike facilities independently outside of the parking space. I just want to make sure that we're able to see how one would access the parking facility, bike parking facilities, if there is an electric lock. And also just for you guys to explore the possibility of maybe consolidating some of those facilities together, since they are kind of split up between different areas.
So I know we did get the comments, I think, that were forwarded separately. Right, Carl, I think you had an email and I saw there were some cleanups, but you're saying just like a circulation plan that shows how residents will walk from the bike parking rooms through the garage to get there. Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit more detail.
Elise, I think I'm sure that's something you all can put together, right?
Yep. Yeah, we can put together an exhibit that goes into more detail for that.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, if that's it, Matt, I will send the schedule to you shortly. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
with item 6, DRC in a moment. For everybody that's waiting online, we're going to start in a minute. We're just having a brief technical problem. All right, so this is item number 6, Heritage Emery Grove, a preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan in the Up County area. Information in this meeting is being recorded. Philip is the lead reviewer, and he'll take it away now.
Thanks, Neil. The applicant, you've received all the DRC comments and have had an opportunity to review them. There were a number of technical comments and some site design and architectural comments, layout and architecture. So I'll turn it over to the applicant so you can focus on the questions and comments you have.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Françoise Carrier, representing the applicant, and I'm accompanied by the lead pastor, Tim Warner, and our engineer, Pat LeVay, who I think you all know. I'd like to start with just a little bit of overarching background on this case, which I think probably most of you know, but I feel it's important to restate it. This project is part of an effort by HOC and this applicant with county and state support to provide affordable housing in Emery Grove that will in some measure make up for the devastation that took place in Emery Grove and the displacement of its longtime predominantly Black homeowners by failed urban renewal in the 1960s and 70s. This project has 100% for sale units, 30% of which will be MPDUs, in a location where the sale prices for market rate lots will not be high enough to cover the cost of 30% MPDUs. This project can only be built with subsidies, which are going to come from primarily the county. To increase the likelihood of the project actually being built, we're trying very hard to minimize costs. We're going to need to meet again with some of you, and you'll see we're going to ask you to try not to impose infrastructure costs on this applicant that could otherwise be part of a CIP project, which would be funded from a different pot of money than the money that is available to subsidize affordable housing projects. Also, even improvements that the county considers to be frontage improvements still have to meet constitutional tests of nexus and proportionality. So there are a lot of transportation comments in these set of comments, and we'd like to meet with the transportation folks to go over those. Some of them are maybe conflicting. There's a comment directing the applicant to make the entrance drive a private road, one to narrow the alleys to 16 feet of pavement, one to make all the alleys private roads, one to make all the driveways long enough for parking, and to provide street trees on internal alleys. This is a small site, and we're trying to maximize affordable housing, provide meaningful open space for residents, and comply with a 10-foot side path requirement. So space is very tight. For example, widening the street buffer on Washington Grove Lane from 6 feet to 8 feet, that's going to compete with all these other needs. So we'd like to go over all of those kind of holistically. Just to respond to a couple other comments, we are aware that the existing church doesn't meet the setback requirements in Emery Grove Lane, and we intend to seek a variance from the Board of Appeals, and I'm very confident that will be granted. I just got some good advice on how to go about doing that from Mark Beal and some others in the planning department. So we're going to get onto that shortly. Applicant is not comfortable with the suggestion to remove the connection from the parking lot to the alley. The church parking lot gets very little use except on Sundays, and the applicant intends to use the easement process to prohibit use of the parking lot for the residential use during the day on Sundays. We just don't see that the number of trips generated by 39 townhouses is high enough to really create a safety concern there. And from a marketing standpoint, it's very preferable to have 2 entrances to the community. There's a little confusion about the number of driveway access points on Emery Grove Road. There are currently 3. We're going down to 2. One of them is a little hard to see. So we're gonna call that out a little bit better on the plans. Label the one that's being removed too.
Just a general circulation diagram would help. That was not included.
Yeah, with no objection to providing that. Also, there were design comments regarding townhouse architecture and excellent points about we don't need to have so many different things going on. We can use a less expensive design. It was really just a placeholder. We don't have a builder yet for the project. The church has been looking for that. It's not so easy to find an appropriate builder for a project that requires subsidies in order to be built. So that's part of what we have learned in the process of identifying potential builders. We may not be in a position to submit binding architectural designs for this review process. And it's my understanding that the planning board doesn't actually have architectural review authority. We can certainly commit to setbacks and building heights as the zoning code requires. And we can, maybe we'll have something closer to reality, but I just don't know that it's going to be possible. So we'd like to be able to submit binding architectural drawings at the time of building permit. So maybe if we could have a little feedback on that at some point from you, we would be able to figure out a good path regarding that. So those were the things that I wanted to highlight. Anybody, is there any feedback right now? Anything that anybody wants to ask more about?
I can chime in on the architectural drawings. Yes, that is reasonable. We have applicants that don't have builders on the team, so that happens all the time. We just ask you that we come up with a trigger, in this case, building permit, at which time you would submit some architectural drawings. And so that works. And as far as the architectural elevations, I think you hit the nail in the head. The thought is sometimes less is more. So adding a lot of details sometimes is not necessarily making the elevation better. And I think that's what our comments were, hinting at. It's like, you don't need as much stuff here.
And it helps you financially, not having too many colors, too many material.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we're on the same page. We're helping. Yeah. We're trying to help too.
We turned to the only architect we have, which is the architect who's going to do the church addition at some point down the road. So they're not, and said, we need to put in something that looks like townhouses. Can you give us sort of a townhouse with not a flat roof? Because we know for the neighborhood, flat roofs are not going to fit. And so they gave us a drawing, and I'll confess, I didn't look at it that close. So I'm glad you did, because it wasn't really the best thing for us to submit. So who do I contact about getting a meeting on the transportation issues? Should I go through you, Philip?
You can, yes, sir.
Oh, let me just mention one other thing. Brian Frey's not here, but probably because we met with him already. I contacted him right away, and is he maybe online?
I think so.
Online, yeah. And so, oh, thanks, Brian. So he was good enough to meet with us yesterday, so that because those issues are important and could create significant delays. So we have not decided yet how we're going to respond to the comments from historic preservation and what level of additional archaeological work the applicant may be willing to do. We did significant archaeological work already, and we understand the position from historic preservation that additional information came out during oral histories that the church undertook to take from church elders that have created desire for more archaeological work. So we will respond soon on that. I would ask that the review of the project not be paused while we address the comments from historic preservation. I know that sometimes the review stops in order to get that finished. We're going to ask for that not to happen in this case. We really want to work out these transportation improvement issues, which are, are posing, potentially existential issues for this tiny project. So we really want to be able to continue working on those and move the project forward while we decide how we're going to respond regarding the archaeological work. Do you think that's something that can happen?
Francois, I don't think the work stops. I mean, I think it would continue. It's just, if the comments from HP have an impact on the other, let's just say layout design of the site, and I don't know that it would, then, we'd have to respond accordingly. But I don't think the review would stop. We would continue, but we'd still have to wait for their commentary on it and decide between all of us, are those conditions that go on a plan, or are they, and again, I don't know what all that would be, but.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the area of concern for historic preservation is entirely on the church site. So it doesn't affect the layout of the townhouses at all. It might affect the ultimate placement or size of the church addition.
That's all.
But that's not part of these application processes. So, so I think your work is not going to be affected by whatever we end up doing with regard to the historic preservation piece, and whether we ultimately have to ask the planning board to make a decision. But as I said, we just haven't figured that out yet. It's going to take a little time. It's a process when you have an organization like this CDC doing a project. Pat, is there anything that you want to bring up?
I mean, if we want to make use of the few minutes we have left, I could touch on a few things just to sort of try to be, maybe knock out low-hanging fruit. On the preliminary plan, let's see here. We did see the request for 16-foot alleys. We're going back to the comment about not having a builder, a little bit concerned about that in the market and how that would work. Not a lot of precedent for that. And it would just make the driveways longer. Plus, we need a model. I think a request to see what move-in trucks would look like through there. So, we'll study that, but that might be difficult. I think the one thing that I would just sort of set the tone or table for a future conversation, the idea of making the connection to Washington Grove a street. I think the constraint there is really getting a sidewalk on both sides. We actually didn't, well, for two reasons. We didn't put one on the north side of the entrance because there's only 5 or so feet from the curve of the property line of the first townhouse. So we wouldn't have a street buffer. I know we typically like to have street buffers for that stuff. But then also just because of the way the neighborhood's laid out, the sidewalk that takes you into the open space that the development frames on the south side is directly across. So even if we put a sidewalk on the north side, it would kind of be a sidewalk to nowhere. You'd have to cross over either the same street or, and people may set up diagonally across crossing the alley. So we can get into the details more there, but that's just kind of, I think that's the one missing piece, is a buffered sidewalk on the north side. And then, I think we could put a not buffered sidewalk in there, but I know that is not the most desirable thing. So, and there was a comment about the sidewalks.
Richard.
I have a question about what you said earlier, just a minute ago. You said that if the driveway were to be narrower to 16 foot, you said the driveways would have to get longer?
Not the driveway, the
Sorry, the alley. If the alley were to be 16 foot, you said the driveways would get longer?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because
Why wouldn't the townhouses move with it and add additional open space in the front of the townhouses? Why wouldn't everything kind of narrow? Get narrower?
I think that it seemed like the purpose of the 16-foot pavement for the alleys was to have more space for landscaping in the alleys.
That's what I was thinking of.
And so the only way to do that is if you lengthen the driveways, and then the little planting strip in between driveways gets 2 feet longer on each side.
I was thinking about it, that's what I was saying, but I think that
It's a combination. I think that the goal is if the alleys are not being used for fire department access, in which case you must have minimum of 20 feet. And Marie, please correct me if I'm wrong. They're not used for fire department access. Then the thought is you can make the pavement narrower and add more open space on the front of the units. In this case, the units fronting the common open space, it would make it a little bit larger. So we're kind of gaining a little bit more space on that end.
Yeah.
And if it's not possible to move the sticks, then yes, I guess you would have more planting area in the alleys.
Yeah, I think that the two things. One would be, what does the turning diagrams of a loading truck look like? 'Cause, there's a dead end on the left side. We're going to show truck turning around in there. They're probably gonna have to use driveways. Which is, I guess, fine, but for those that are moving in or the visitor parking, but yeah, it just might be pretty narrow, with the driveways in there, but we can look at it. The other thing is, I know it is pretty close to get the units that front the open space. They are pushing that 150-foot limit to the cul-de-sac. And so just, I don't, off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly how close they are, but it's pretty close. So I don't know, every foot might matter there, but again, we can look at it. So I think probably number one, we need to look at the turning radius of moving trucks and see how that would affect this with.
I think there's an opportunity here to explore.
Sure.
How long are the driveways currently on the alley?
They are either, there's some that are like the 5-foot stubby things that are just, access to the garage. But the other ones they're either 18 or 19 feet.
Okay. Some extra room for the stubby ones wouldn't be bad. That way you can get an extra parking spot in the driveway. And so you have that storage for the vehicle/storage area versus I'm going to put all my stuff in the garage, park in the car here, and then my second car, where does it go? So we're always looking to get more parking in driveways, or at least the ability to do so if they choose.
Yeah, I think that what is happening there, I will say, from looking at other projects, is that when you have that 7-8 foot driveway, it's sort of a gray area, and then you don't want people parking there. And so a lot of communities that do that, like I know Anyway does this, they have to covenant their HOA documents to say not to park there, because then they do block the alley.
Car can't quite fit,
Yeah.
but it's big enough that this sort of fits.
I think we would prefer it either to be 5 feet, so it's very clear you can't park, or 20 feet, so that large vehicles don't overhang the alley. So that's, I think we asked for it to mention.
It was a 20-foot request, yeah. So I mean, we're at this.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can quite make 20 feet.
And then back to the private road, I think we're open to, because we know this site's small and constrained, but I think just having an alley access, or I think it was shown as a driveway, which a driveway can't work. I think it's more of an alley, but even an alley connecting to that roadway classification, the intent is to try and have, some hierarchy in terms of, you're getting off of a higher classification road to a neighborhood street to the alley. So we could talk more about that in detail, but that was sort of the intent. It doesn't.
Just such a tiny little strip of pavement. I'm struggling to understand.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to have all the elements that we normally would ask for on private streets. And again, I think we can get into the details in a follow-up meeting, but.
Yeah, now we classify it, that's, even if we had to parcel it separately, that's.
I think that's, part of it is having it in its own parcel.
Just quickly on the Washington Grove Lane buffer, we set there's an 80-foot master plan right of way, so we set everything up based on that. And that the available space there ends up being the 6-foot buffer instead of the 8-foot buffer. It's also very constrained with, if you were to look closely at the plans, you would see, we've got property with, we have a bike path. I think there's a maintenance buffer, and then 10-foot PUE, and then we immediately go into the steps, the stoops, because what's happening with the grade here is Washington Grove is much lower than kind of the site is. And we have to get up. So on the south side of the site, you can see there's like a lot more stairs in some of these units. So those are the reasons why we went with the 6-footer.
Yeah, I think the comment was focused on, just explain what the issue is.
There was a comment about the open space and the not having, I think one of the two zones requires 15, one requires 20. I think collectively we probably have like across the whole site 35 or something like that, but it's shared amongst the two zones. And so one of them is like, I think it's where it's required to be 20%, which I think is the R90 piece maybe. It's like 19.4, but we just need a footnote to show that collectively the open space is provided for the whole site well in excess of what's required. And then there was a comment, I don't know if they can speak to that, but there was a comment about the illumination between the parking lot and the private alley, and the fact that it's above the 0.5-foot candles. There's kind of a loophole in the code about that when it doesn't really speak to when you have two parking lots next to each other, or an alley and a parking lot. And as Francois pointed out to us, maybe this is just an alternative compliance thing. So I think 6.4, you can do alternative compliance. But we wouldn't want to have an unnecessarily dark part of the alley or the parking lot just to meet this kind of loophole.
Well, and particularly the visitor parking in the corner on the top left picture there are no homes right around there that are going to be affected. Maybe that one corner townhouse, but if that's not well lit, nobody's gonna be comfortable parking there. So it becomes, and people entertain in the evenings. It makes it kind of useless. And it's also, there's open space and a parking lot near it. It's just not gonna be a comfortable place for people to park unless it's lit.
So for the follow-up meeting, we have a placeholder for a work session, August 4th, between 10:30 and 12. Would that work?
Unfortunately, I am not available at that time. I could have an early meeting that day or a very late meeting that day. But I'm gonna be traveling and so I that middle part of the day I can't do.
How soon do you want to meet? With the following 18th work?
Ooh, the 18th seems like a long time away. Are those, we only meet on Tuesdays? Is that?
Well, it's a
Correct.
placeholder for DRC work sessions. I don't know how quickly you want to meet. Are you available to meet sooner than that?
Yeah, meeting schedule.
That's, yeah. On the 5th, you think? The 5th?
This isn't going to be any better for me. 6th starts to get better.
The 5th between 2 and 4.
Same trip. Sorry.
Okay, the 10th between 9 and 12.
I can do that. Can you manage that, Pastor?
I can. Did we rule the 6th out?
You can't do on the 6th, right? You don't have any.
You don't have a placeholder on that date, but
10th, they know that they have like a space carved out.
okay.
All right. 10th, just tell us exactly what time.
Richard, what do you think? It's mostly going to be transportation.
Want to make sure that Deepak's available.
Yeah, I'm looking at Deepak's calendar.
Doesn't work for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think we want Sam there too.
Going on just like.
we need you
Time
to.
of year, yeah.
What is that time of year?
What about the 11th?
Yeah, that's
Right now, there's only 3
That week.
DRC. Or pending because of.
So could we look at maybe the afternoon of the 6th? Next week? I know that that's imposing my schedule on everyone else, but maybe there's a spot in there.
Like Deepak and I would both be available at 3. Unfortunately, that works for me too.
Okay, Thursday, the 6th, Thursday, August 6th. Yeah, and we're gonna do this virtually, I say.
Virtual. Yeah.
Thank you all for being flexible.
This is just transportation.
I think there's, well, there are two things, I guess, before you go there. Just one more thing on my list, and then we'll get off that. There was a comment about the sidewalk that's in that open space crossing over private lots. And I'll tell you the reason for that is we tried to make that open space as big as possible, a nice open lawn. And because of the zoning, there's a minimum lot size requirement. And so we had to like push the lot lines, and we have MPDUs, they're 16 feet wide. So we had to push the lot lines out far enough to get that minimum. I think it's like 1,000 square feet. It's fairly large for the zoning. And so that's why, but we can put an easement across the sidewalks on the plat or whatever for public access, but that's just the only reason. I think Sam wanted to talk about the county.
Right.
Oh,
There were some, we have scheduled this follow-up meeting, so we can discuss all the details associated with it at that meeting. But I just wanted to mention that there are some safety improvements at the intersection of Washington Roadway and the Mid-County Highway, which are primarily for the safety of the residents that this development will generate, and also the development across the street, which is also HOC affiliated. We have talked to the applicant across the street, and they're willing to do a good portion of the development.
are you sure about that? Because I spoke to them yesterday and it sounded like there's some tension on that subject.
Yeah, I think we have reached some good consensus on that one.
Okay, excellent.
So we're hoping that again, just primarily for the safety purposes, nothing to create any unnecessarily. Um, if you can, please contribute a little bit to the improvements that are across the street from the site. So the applicant on that side, on your side of the Canyon Highway, is going to take charge of the improvement on that side and whatever tweaks we need to make to the intersection across the street. If you can contribute to it, would be a contribution and help.
We can certainly discuss it, but
Just
the applicant across the street also told me that they don't want any kind of cooperation. They don't want any contribution from us. They just want to go on their own way.
Right, that's why I mentioned Francois that they were willing to do the improvement of their side of the county highway. The other improvements, which are sort of more limited in scope.
So they're gonna improve, I guess, what directional ramps here and here that they're doing?
They're gonna do it on their side of the county highway.
They're not gonna go to all the way over here?
No. So any tweaks that we need to make to those two to make it directional ramps for the visually impaired and for people to be able to safely cross the intersection.
So they're only improving their side.
Yeah, both sides.
These two sides?
Yes.
So our side, yeah, okay. But they're not doing anything across Mid-County.
Yeah, they can't do it across the street. So we're looking to this development to head.
So you're saying just help with this?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the ask. And then what about, I think there was an ask while we're talking about it, or getting it in the next meeting, but at Emery Grove and Washington Grove, I think there was a request for us to do something. Was it just this corner? So the church is on this corner.
Right.
Is it just that corner?
Yes.
There's nothing to do up where it crosses. The
No.
road kind of does that.
Yeah, because there's not a cross.
Okay. Okay. And they're not planning on doing anything on that side of Emery Grove. Okay. Because they don't have a crossing there.
May I ask, we are pretty clear that they're going to be, at some point, in fact, it's in the last CIP, some improvements to the rec center. Is there any reason we can't delay that until the government does what it does at the rec center?
I don't know if that particular CIP is funded or when that comes to play and all that. And because of the large concrete at the corner of the intersection, it's going to contribute to the speeding of the vehicles. And whenever vehicles speed, people crossing want to stay or so it's just a matter of tweaking that to make the vehicles slow down.
And this one across Emery Grove looks like it's, almost there. I think maybe what's happening, I'm guessing, I don't know if anybody's measured it, but it looks like maybe they're facing the ramp, the right side is what maybe is not compliant, but it doesn't look like, it looks like it's a straight shot. It's just not, maybe the flares aren't right.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, where do you think, again, it's at the.
So the church, we're over here.
Oh, you're over there.
Yeah, and the request has been to rebuild this. We know that.
Right.
Look at all, you can see there's a lot of grade there. That's going to be tricky, but I think the request was to go across here and look at improving this, but this actually doesn't look that bad.
That I didn't comment.
Maybe we just need to verify it or something. Just do some field measurements and see if it's.
Yeah, that would be.
So maybe we can go in.
Okay,
We can take a lot out there and check it.
all right. Well, we should let you get on to your next customer.
Figure that out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks all for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
This is item number 7, Seneca Meadows. This is a site plan, preliminary plan, sketch plan, and forest conservation plan in the Up County area. Information, the meeting is being recorded. When you're ready, Philip, go ahead.
Thank you, Neil. You have all received the DRC comments and hope you've had an opportunity to review those. One item that staff would want to ensure we just discussed today are the open spaces. And we just want to emphasize that the planning board has been giving us direction about open spaces, specifically to avoid locating activities in open spaces that are near busy roadways. So we just want to make sure that we note that today. So I'll just turn it over to you and you can address any specific comments or questions.
Well, thank you very much. You all know I'm Steve Robbins with Lurch, Early and Brewer. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for taking the time to hear about Seneca Meadows 2 and reviewing the plans. Chris Norris is with Pulte, you know Chris. Then you have Rob Tilson with FICA, Katie, who was with us on the last DRC, is with us today. Liz Rogers is online, I think. And Dave DeMarco, yeah, there's Liz. And Dave DeMarco with Pulte is either online or will be online. And who else is
Ezra Suritan, the landscape architect.
Oh yeah, she's there.
From Mike Goodman and Jeff Amato, the engineer.
So we've got the whole crew.
Yeah.
So we want to first acknowledge the significant collaboration that we think has occurred since the concept plan to get us where we are today. We've worked very hard on these plans, and we look forward to continuing to work with staff to bring these projects to the board and then bring them to fruition. It's apropos that you brought up the comment of open space. That's the first one I was going to go to. We understand and saw your comment about creating a larger open space around what we call private road C, along with some revisions to the internal circulation network. And I wanted to let you know that we've taken those comments to heart in the short amount of time we've had since we got them to think about where we are today. And we are certainly understand your comment about what how the planning board has addressed this and what your comments are. And we will certainly explore this in much greater, in fact, we already are exploring this in greater detail about enlarging the central open space. We want to make sure that it works from an engineering perspective. And then, Chris, you wanted to add a comment about the connection, which I think is important to private street A.
Yeah. First, Philip, I appreciate everyone's comments about the open space too. And that took them to heart the last time we met at the DRC meeting too. I don't have the exact measurements, but I know that the corner that is facing up against Seneca Meadows Parkway, we did enlarge that a little bit, but also we did create some internal space, that linear park along Private Street A, as well as the linear park that's currently along Private Street C. We appreciate your additional comments. One thing we just want to be mindful in terms of buyer circulation is if we were to remove Street C for the open space, is there another convenient form of access we can create for residents as if they were to pull in from the intersection from the Wegmans there in the top right? So I don't know if that is from one of those alleys punched through, what that looks like, but just want to, from an engineering standpoint, explore that to make sure it works, and just something that's on our mind as we contemplate buyer circulation with this additional open space.
So our thought is we're going to be looking at this. We're going to be really studying it. We hope that we can make something like that happen. And we'll certainly let you know in very short order. Our thoughts are likely arranging for a follow-up meeting with you all, and also potentially with DOT to talk about their comments related to the design of the entrance along Seneca Meadow Parkway, and also some of the concerns that Chris had about the access onto private road A as it relates to eliminating the private road C. So we've heard you, and I feel positive about it that we can really try to make that happen. We're going to give it our best shot to do that. Okay. Going on to a few other issues that we want to talk about, just like a highlight of them. We want to talk about the pedestrian connection to Observation Drive. We're going to want to talk a little bit about architectural design comments. And then we want to just talk more of a confirmation rather than a protracted discussion on the roadway dedications and then signal warrants. So if I could get to the pedestrian connection to Observation Drive, I'd ask Rob just to sort of explain where we're coming from on that. I think if we're seeing eye to eye, that should probably work, but want to make sure that we are in fact seeing eye to eye.
Right.
Rob?
We just want to confirm we were all on the same page with that connection, leading from that central green space down through the two sticks of units that you all pointed out and basically moved and spread through, right? So we feel comfortable making that connection through to the sidewalk in front of the townhomes along Observation. We're not as keen or really struggling with the ability to then make a connection all the way down to Observation, given the grade constraints.
The grade constraints.
Yeah, there's a lot of grade there. And I think we even talked about initially putting a road through connection there, but the grades didn't work with that as well. We feel the same with the pedestrian connection. So we would like to leave that north-south connection ending right there at the sidewalk in front of the units. The pedestrians could then either move right towards Wegmans and even that pocket park on the corner, or to the left down Observation Drive. Is that your interpretation?
I don't remember which comment it was, but
We made the comment. I don't know if anybody else also made the comment. Appreciate you looking into it. And yes, the thought was to highlight this as a pedestrian connection in between the units, rather than having the pedestrians go to the alley, walking along the alley. We thought it would be a little bit better of a pedestrian experience, and I think you can make it a lot better as well, with vegetation, landscaping, etc. Just to clarify, I see here a sidewalk connecting all the entries to the units. Is there another sidewalk along Observation Drive down the slope or on the other side of the slope?
There is
that what you're
not.
saying?
Currently, there's the mixed use path along Observation that currently exists.
Oh, I see.
And there wouldn't be a connection between the two, except at the two intersections.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Now, I think that would be okay for our team. I'd like to hear from others if others have other thoughts or concerns.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we made a comment about the cross sections of just not seeing everything that's existing. So, but yeah, we hear. Okay.
I think it could work for us. Appreciate you looking into it.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
The next comment is relates to the architectural design comments regarding the facade offsets and the staggering of units. This is actually a point that I think staff had requested that we make the front facades over the 2/2s flush, and similarly a separate comment regarding not staggering every unit within a building string. This is a really important point to Pulte and what they're not only how they feel about the construction design, but also the marketing. I'd like Chris to sort of talk about that so you understand where we're coming from on this as well.
Yeah, so first I'll talk about the offsets in general for all product types. So here we're showing that 2-foot offset or jog you see between the units. That's something that we commonly do, especially with sites with grade, which this site has. And what that allows us to do is, as the townhomes step down or up to accommodate the grade, having that 2-foot offset helps not bring attention to the change in roof line detail. Whereas having those flat fronts, it's far more noticeable and kind of accentuates the roof line change as you move along the stick of townhomes. So that was our thought of adding the 2-foot offsets. It's something that's just generally more aesthetically pleasing of buyer reception and what we've seen in the market as well. So
and to accommodate the grade.
And to accommodate the grade on top of that. So that's why we're proposing the 2-foot offsets. And then I guess specifically, there was a comment about the 2x2s and about a third of each unit, which I'll say the unit is the lower level and upper level, having this notch that's recessed. That's something that's typical to our floor plan. We're only recessing it about 1 foot, so not really compromising the size of the unit there. And again, we think that also creates some visual interest, being able to break up that product. The 2x2 product we're actually building right now at Watkins Mill Station, which is adjacent to the Metro Grove Mark Rail, which is really shaped up to be attractive product as a reference point. But that's just a floor plan that's typical for our 2x2 units or design.
Appreciate that and what you explained about the grading. Just to clarify, me to understand, are you saying that each unit is going to drop or step up in elevation, or do you have them at the same finished floor elevation?
It's expected that it drops.
Each unit?
I need
No, not each unit, and it just depends on which stick too. Some, they're able to be almost on the same finished floor. Others, there may be a variation of 2 feet, maybe 3 feet from one end of the stick down to the other. Would probably be the max, right?
So the ones that are all at the same elevation, could we have those flush? There's not the concern about the roof line changing?
I think that's something we could consider. Yeah, I want to talk to my architecture team about that and understand the design. But
I guess the other,
When you say flush, help me, I mean, you talking about vertical or horizontal? Or both?
Along the facade,
the front facade.
but then we don't have the jogs that are now shown on every unit. I think I understand that's important to have when there's a drop in the elevation or the grade. And I follow what you said. I think it makes sense. But if most of the stick is at the same elevation, then maybe it's not needed on the sticks that are all at the same elevation. Go ahead, Roberto, you had a question.
You know, and I think was in one of the other comments about just simplifying some of the facades so that
Oh, yeah.
you know, the fenestration is consistent across, you know, so it reads as a composition, the whole elevation string reads as a composition rather than individual units. I think, you know, we want to try to get to that. So it simplifies the facade. So it reads as a building, not as just individual.
I mean, simplifying it also is less construction costs, but but Pulte has done this and they've studied this. And they feel, and I'm speaking for you now, but I think the undulation, if you will, or the fenestration of having a little bit of differences is something that I think is very appealing to their customer base. And they've received a lot of desire for, as opposed to a straight flush finish.
Right.
Yeah, it's part of our floor plan. And we like, I mean, we've done them both ways, but we updated our floor plans to be more receptive to COVID and what the market was showing us, people staying home. And when we did that, it became, so these bump outs became very important, not only to the architectural fenestration having variety, which we think is a better look. I mean, if you go to Crown Farm, it's flat and it doesn't look great, to be honest with you. It's a uniform flat wall. Has a couple bays, but we spent a lot of time on our architecture, and these, not just the 2-foot bump, offsets in between buildings where we need them, but the bump outs themselves in each individual building really breaks up the roof line and breaks up the facade. We want to, we spent a lot of time studying this, and we have to sell these, and this is what the market wants. And so I know we've had this conversation before, and we made some changes on Seneca 1, but this is really, I really prefer not to make this change here. I don't know if we can pop out our Watkins Mill elevations, Chris,
We can
but
continue the discussion on this later. I know there's Paul has his hand up on the screen, but I also know we have a number of topics you want to cover. So
okay, well, I'm happy to continue. Who do you want? Should I just continue it with who?
Paul has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize a little bit about what both Sandra and Roberto were saying, and that is I know there's a marketing material that can indicate how great having very individual, separate elevations that step back and step forward, that have all sorts of different fenestration and so on, how easy that is to market to the community. But what we have seen throughout history actually is that the communities that are designed better as buildings with some individuality for the units, but also some cohesiveness and a lot of cohesiveness within the building actually does better over time. And, you know, this is an argument that we have made many times before, probably with you guys. And it's something that we just feel very, very, very strongly about. And I think that, you know, with all the step backs, with all the different vertical fenestration that you guys are proposing, it gets to be very, very cluttered, and it tends not to look like a cohesive block, especially when you're walking down the street. It just looks like a bunch of lines and textures. And I think we're trying to get a very good balance between success of the overall building and neighborhood and the success of the individuality of each unit. So right now, I think it's leaning extremely more towards the individual unit, which I don't think is appropriate for these types of communities. And so we need a better balance, I think.
Okay, well, we can discuss this further in offline meeting and discuss the architecture, but I just wanted to give you an understanding of where we're coming from on this. It is an important point to us and something that we'll address further as we get closer to final submission.
Thank you.
Sure. On the next issue that we wanted to talk about was the roadway dedication. There were some comments, I think, from DOT requesting for additional dedication on Seneca Meadows Parkway and Observation Drive. I think the proposed preliminary plan is showing segments of dedication along these frontages in order to achieve the full master plan right of way widths. And I wanted to just make sure, is this just like a general comment, or is this in response to what we're showing actually on the plan? I'm not looking at you for any reason, Richard, but.
Brenda, we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, since I'm working from the office, but I looked at the cross sections, and the cross sections themselves are not very informative. So I wanted to see what's out there, what you're proposing. Just provide better cross sections. Show us what the right of way is now and what you're proposing for the right of way as well. And show us all the elements that we're asking for and what you're proposing within that cross section.
Okay. The plan view also shows the dedication along Seneca Meadows, traveling plan north, and then also along observation plan south. And we'll do a better job of communicating the sections, but just wanted to point out that those dedicated right-of-way lines are on the plan.
The one thing I was gonna say was, when I was looking at the plan, especially the plan, not the cross section, the side path was falling out of the right of way. There were clearly location. If you zoom in, you will see what I'm talking about. Both observation and Seneca Meadows Parkway. It's not fully within the right of way. I'm not sure if there's any PIEP in addition to right of way that covers it, or there's nothing there. So if you can, maybe that's the reason you is asking for additional dedication.
Okay.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
We're confident that we've shown it, but if it's not fully understandable, we'll.
Yeah, there's even a PUE outside of the right of way line that's there and already existing.
I think there was another line right next to the side path that is dashed, is similar to PIE, but it wasn't quite clear. It wasn't
PUE and a PIE. There's both.
It wasn't labeled on the plan, Robert.
Okay.
Okay. Right. We'll make sure to label.
I made a similar comment on the lotting diagram plan.
And it wasn't clear where the parcels for the right of ways were because the line types were the same way and they overlap, so you couldn't follow it all the way around. And there's two sections where you kind of see where like a brick looking pattern crosses across the right of way. Right in the middle of the site to the right hand side. And it wasn't clear whether that was like you were tabletopping that path or what was going on there.
Where are you looking from?
Go back to the left diagram. There's two sections. I think one is here. And there was another one on the plan.
It's down from there, yeah.
Yeah, you can't quite see what's going on the plans. And it looks like the right of way drops here, but I think what it was is the roadway is the same, but the cross sections and the overlapping made it confusing to look at.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think that's a drafting question. We'll get that cleaned up for you. Okay, the last point we wanted to raise, unless we have anything else in the limited amount of time we have, is that there was a comment raised about signal warrants. I think that was from DOT again, for 2 signal warrants. And I want Katie to talk about this. You know, the project is an amendment to an existing preliminary plan with a valid APF. So in our opinion, no additional mitigation is required for the project, particularly since this project will have significantly fewer trips as compared to the approved R&D and office uses. So we were somewhat puzzled about this request for signal warrants, believing that it's not really appropriate for this application. Katie, did you want to? Did I just say take your own thunder?
Say, I guess, Brenda, that was our question, is that we have a valid APF, we've scoped and have the signed TAF. We generate significantly fewer trips. The project is part of a larger APF approval and has built all the mitigation that was required per that. So I know that you requested a signal warrant analysis, operational analysis. We just don't think it's needed for this project, given everything we just talked about.
Yeah, we have talked to traffic about this project, and their recommendations to get that information for it. We understand where you're coming from. However, we do think that safety is very important, and we just want to make sure that everything is covered. That's what we added this the comment now.
I think this would be helpful to have an offline discussion, just kind of.
Yeah, we could do it. We can schedule something.
Yeah, I think that that's why we do our APF and traffic studies. And so now it's just requesting more analysis, and it's also from a timeline perspective of we are in the middle of summer and we cannot do any studies until September. So I think that would be another conversation. And then the other part I wanted to bring up was there were some comments about the existing signalized intersection with Seneca Meadows, and getting rid of that median, and then also adding a crosswalk. And I think that would be another conversation I think we need to set up, that we did run auto turn, and that's why we didn't get rid of the median. And there was a number of reasons. So I think just setting up a meeting with larger DOT staff to work through that design and kind of what we all think is feasible would be another helpful conversation to have.
Yeah, that works.
We made the same comments, so yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, and we just need to show you the auto.
I think that meeting you can cover several comments that we've raised here and get that all resolved. Anything else, Katie? Rob, anything that you? Sure.
No.
David or Liz or anyone online have anything that you want to add? Okay, well, we greatly appreciate the time, your thorough review. We look forward to setting up those meetings as soon as we can to keep this moving. And we'll do something separate on the open space and architecture as opposed to the DOT meeting. And
yeah, do I reach out to Roberto and Paul on the architecture? Because I do want to have further discussion with that.
yeah, we that's what I just mentioned. That'll be.
We'll set up a meeting, make sure you're included.
You'll definitely be part of that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
DRC, the concept plan in Up County. Meeting is being recorded and
Thanks, Neil. Hello, everyone. You've all received the DRC comments and hopefully had an opportunity to review those. Staff just does want to note that the comments are limited, given the limited amount of information that was provided in the concept plan, and just want to note that because the Clarksburg Gateway sector plan was just adopted in April, staff just want to emphasize that future development applications align with the recommendations contained in that plan. So I'll just turn it over to you, Steve.
And the SMA was just approved about 10 minutes ago, so.
Very, very good.
They did approve it, so. On business. I'm gonna start just turning it over to Bob.
Hi, first, Bob Elliott, River Falls, my colleague Mike Alexander is here with me. We just first want to start by saying thank you. The plan, obviously, as you're well aware, was 2 years and approved in March, and the SMA was just approved today. We told you that we'd be coming back quickly, and we have, right? With the concept to start this, to basically show you that we have two different frameworks, that when we come forward with the preliminary plan, we intend to again show you two concepts and frameworks. For an obvious reason, we are swinging for the fences with regard to employment, but we have to have sort of a backup plan, so to speak, if we can develop a mixed use plan. We appreciate all the comments. There's a lot that we would love to cover. We know that obviously some of the information that we provided you is a little thin at this point, but I think the intention of what we're showing you is that we have two frameworks that we think hang off of the same set of ideals: road locations, general concepts about how we may be dividing up the property, perhaps to a certain extent where parks, where certain other things are important. I think what we're going to spend most of our time today focusing on is the places where there may be inconsistencies between the comments, because I think we see at times that perhaps planning and transportation and environmental don't always line up. I think we may spend more time on roads as a result of that. I think we may also touch on a couple of other things, perhaps some of the parks, and I think we'll probably conclude with Steve Robbins asking a little bit more about the process going forward. So again, we're here. Again, we appreciate the fact we intend to move fast. I would hope that you all appreciate the fact that you all approved the sector plan, and instead of waiting 5 or 10 years to get something back, you've gotten something back within about 90 odd days. Which I think sort of speaks to what we intend to do, and we intend to keep moving quickly. I think there's a great opportunity here. It's 200 acres, this county deserves something spectacular. I think we'll deliver it. Thanks. And with that, I think it probably goes to Gary.
Gary?
Yeah, and I'm gonna share, see if this works. Hello. Okay, that was just what was up there. So, with our team, which is Kimberly Horn, Rogers, River Falls, Mr. Robbins, Clerk Shirley, we are moving forward, as Bob said. We are in the middle of working on a noise study. The traffic counts has been done. Where'd Will go? Will's down there. Will's working on the traffic study, which we're going to be ready to submit that. Well, later this year, we got to figure out which month, October, November, December, we're going to be submitting. We're going to walk through how we intend to proceed right now, but that's subject to, as the traffic numbers play out, as we put more detail on this plan, because this is more of a framework and how we see the roads coming forward and how we see the planning coming forward. But also, as we're proposing two options on one preliminary plan, and that would be under standard method. This just got approved for 1 FAR. We're going to keep it under the 0.5 to go forward standard method, but that's also 4.4 million square feet versus 8.8 million square feet. So it's a large site and a large amount of density that could go on this property. And with these two options, this is one more the mixed use with the yellow being residential. I hope everyone's familiar with the site because 270 is on the left. The Shawnee and Gateway intersection. Let's see if we can see a little bit. That's up here at our northern end. We have Old Baltimore Road to the south, 270 to the west, and then we have the Stream Valley that's on our property to the east. This is what we're calling more the mixed use, which has residential as a larger component, the yellow. The gray is our biopharma medical manufacturing. Fill in the blank on what the use may be that we're marketing right now. And then where it's crosshatched, that, and when we come south, this is Little Seneca Parkway, future connection to the east, and then future interchange that's in the plan. And there's a lot of what ifs depending on when that comes forward and how it comes forward. And that's why we're proposing this plan, but also the second plan we're proposing is heavy on, this would be what I'll call the monster purchaser and or user, which again, that's that if someone wants to come forward and use the site for a life science or a pharma campus, that's the option we're also trying to entitle. And it'd be less on residential, almost no residential. Actually, there may be some residential in this mixed use component, but still keeping a retail and a lifestyle component to go with the heavier life science campus. But what we're trying to do is nail down our road network. And with the master plan, there's 3 major master plan roads. We're working right now within our own property. And we have immediate access to Shawnee and Gateway to the north. This is the master plan alignment of observation that comes south. And we're showing that the intersection with future Seneca Parkway on our property. And then the third master plan street is Street A in the blue that we're showing as a major component to our grid network. And how that flushes out is going to be depending on uses. But again, we are going to put 1 preliminary plan, 2 detailed options on that plan. But the road network would be the backbone that would stay the same. Couple comments that we saw, obviously the traffic study that's in progress. So we would like to meet with folks the next couple of months as we go forward to give you all updates and also ask more questions on some of the details as we go forward. There was a question on Observation Drive alignment. In this quadrant, there's an existing pond and there's a tip of the stream valley that's right here. This is the recommended alignment that's in the master plan that was just adopted. This is the alternate route and the less invasive route versus the 1994 route that took observation across the major stream valley. And so this is the alternate route. We will be impacting the stream valley, the tip of the stream valley. More of that will be impacted because that wet pond is most likely going to go away. And we've had some preliminary conversations with DPS, and that's going to be a greater value to get rid of that pond, take the road through technically the stream valley, and clean that up. But again, this is the route for the master plan, and it's the better route in lieu of it going through further to the east and going through the larger stream valley buffer. We will be having more conversations with everyone. There are a number of conversations on the street sections and coordination between park and planning and DOT. I don't think I see a DOT person here today. Okay. Online. Okay, the little pictures. So there's some recent conversation with DOT, but the missing link with DOT, and the comments said DOT and park and planning are in line, but the missing link is DPS. We are a special protection area. We've had some preliminary discussions with DOT. The sections that are in the master plan are limited with room for stormwater. So that's what we'll be working on the next couple months to see how we can make stormwater work. We are, as I said, an SPA, so we will be seeing what we can do to reduce impervious area. A lot of bike paths, a lot of redundant bike paths, and not enough, lot of room for stormwater in the road sections, which I think technically have to go to DOT to support the road. So more conversations along those lines. There's a lot of comments, but some of those comments do say that park and planning and DOT are aligned, but we got to pull DPS in and get everyone in the room to make sure that's all working. There's discussion about.
Good question on what about the pond. If the pond is groundwater fed, And also, I think we flagged it on our comments to make sure that as you design the roads, we maintain the hydrology to the stream and did flag.
So that'll all come into play. The road does go through there, but that's also if the SPA, well, the current stormwater regs don't allow wet ponds. That's a wet pond from many years ago. And that's where I think that's gonna go away. And then that's one of our park or our green spaces right now. So we're looking to maintain, whether we maintain all of it, but the hydrology, et cetera, is what we're working with too.
This is Amy Lindsay, Regulatory Supervisor for Environment and Climate. I would just like to put a pin in this conversation because the fact that it is a wet pond means that probably there is a groundwater source, which means that it's not going away, right? The shape of that may turn into a stream, but if you've got a groundwater source, it can't just go away. Right, that does need to be protected.
We'll verify that, Amy, and so noted, but basically the stream starts at the outfall of that pond, and we'll do more investigation on that, but if we take the dam away, I think the water is gonna all drain out, so, and whether there's anything left is gonna be the question.
But then you would have a spring or a seep, something that is where the water is coming from. The water doesn't just go away. So I would not put the start of the stream. In fact, the way we've traditionally handled wet ponds is that you draw a line straight up from where it outfalls, and you basically buffer that as if it was a stream, because that the practice was to take an existing source of groundwater and dam that and use that for stormwater. So what you would have is a mix, but you still have an underlying groundwater source.
Yeah, we'll verify, but your assumption there is a groundwater source. Right now, I'm not aware of a source, but we'll need to investigate that.
Great.
About the alignment for observation, Little Seneca, I'm not sure that there's full agreement that this follows what's in the sector plan, so I think we'll need a follow-up meeting to talk about that.
In which
anything in particular?
I know Clark had a comment about it. I think it was supposed to sort of split the property lines. It's not. It's a little hard to tell from.
I believe the wording it was generally follow the property line, and it is generally following the property line.
So I think we'll need more discussion with MCDOT to talk about that alignment. Guys, I want to note that because I don't think it's especially at this level and what's been provided, that we could really say that the alignment is exactly correct.
Well, just to be clear on a couple of things. One, what is important here is that the alignment of Little Seneca stay fairly consistent, given the fact that it's already been built. West side is supposed to come across on an overpass and head east. And on the far side of the property, where it already exists, there's a curvature associated with that. So that road to a certain extent may already largely be grounded. The next discussion becomes, where should observation go? For 40 years, the intersection of observation Little Seneca has fallen on our property. So our guiding principle is that we can actually fully develop our 200 acres, regardless of what happens to the south of us with the neighbor or whether or not the CIP is ever improved. So one of the things that actually is important here is whether there is or isn't an interchange. We believe that we may be in a position to develop several million square feet of development with Little Seneca and observation and everything continuing to the north, at the very least exit 18, possibly within exit 17, and therefore connection south to 16 or east may not matter. So I hear you, but I just want to be clear that one of the things that was important to us in laying out the concept was that we could develop a framework that allows the 200 acres to be developed, regardless of whether this county has money to do roads like it that are involved in the CIP.
Yeah, that's helpful. I just think we need to have a further discussion with DOT.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And let me walk you through our phasing and what how we're moving forward, because we're also, what we control as part of our strategy too. And we're also looking to develop from the north, and we put the phasing in the description or the write-up, And this would also be in the preliminary plan showing how we propose this phasing. We'll be asking for the 10-year extended APF because this is not going to be built in 2 years. So, but we're looking to start from the north with access off of Shawnee and Gateway. More than likely, if we go forward with the more the mix with the residential component, that northern neighborhood would go first, and then these are subsequent local roads that would complete the grid. And then we're looking as we move south that we would complete Observation Drive again, complete the intersection on our property with Seneca Parkway. The assumption we're moving forward right now is that we would not need the southern part of Observation Drive or the eastern connection of Seneca Parkway for our density and capacity. And as we study it more, if that changes, then we'll be having another discussion. And then last but not least is and this is more it's gonna be the long term or maybe shorter term, because if we do get the monster user, they're more than likely gonna want the interchange. That'll get elevated to state level, and we'll see what support we can get to get the interchange in place with a name brand user. This again all shows the roads and access on our property. We're going to study that. If we need one of these links, particularly the south or the east, then we'll have to have conversations with our neighbor. The other thing that was a comment about the CIP, there is money to design it, but it's only the south part. It's not what's on the ComSat property. And then the conversations will be, is it added to the CIP? We have a councilwoman who's president this coming year who has promised everyone Observation Drive north to south. So that's in the works. But the other thing is there's other options. It could be the CIP. It could be a TIF, because the TIF is popular right now with a couple projects going through, whether this would, make sense here. So the other thing is also with the capacity of these roads, and once we true up the traffic study, what is available for impact tax credits. So there's different financing mechanisms that we're looking at, and that's primarily on our property, not to the property to the south.
Just want to flag one thing on, not having the connections to the south. Probably just double check with Marie and fire access, because we've had other projects have an issue with remoteness. So just want to flag that as, consider that as you're talking about phasing.
And where's Marie today?
Is she on the
I think she might
I'm
be
here. I'm right here.
We'll have a conversation unless you got comments now, Marie.
Just keep in mind that as you approach a certain square footage of developed space, and I don't know the number off the top of my head, or 600 residential units, you trigger 3 remote access points, not just 2. So keep that in mind as you work on this.
Okay.
The access points are from where, Marie? With the surrounding roads?
It's going to depend on where the development is. I think Marie's laid out enough that based on the concept plan, Sandra, and I see what you're saying. This is all helpful information to see an overall framework of where you're heading. But I think a lot of this we're going to have to punt to the preliminary plan, just because we don't know exactly how many units and what square foot and where is it exactly located, then where is access and et cetera. But it's helpful hearing the dialogue and seeing you walk us through, giving us a better idea of at least where you're starting and where you're heading and what your options are moving forward.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, and we recognize there's a lot more work to be done and a lot more layers and detail to go on this plan. But we wanted to, as you can see, the roads, particularly the master plan roads, are the backbone, and we're trying to get that right, because I don't want to change it 20 times while we're doing the rest of the neighborhoods. And the way we're approaching this with 2 options, with it's gonna be the market that's out there, and if we do get that major user, we want to get the roads and the backbone set so we can work with whoever comes along as we go down. And River Falls will have to make some decisions in the next year to 2 years, because as we get the preliminary plan approved, then to submit a site plan, we got to go forward with we can't do 2 site plans. We got to pick one.
Right.
There's another, and I talked about CIP, I'm just highlighting because we talked about I think there's gonna be further conversations on bike paths, and it's more the redundancy on the bike paths because we have, in some cases, more pavement on bike paths than we do on roads, particularly a couple of the master plan roads, but we have limited space for stormwater. So, and then to top that all off, we're in an SPA. So how does that all work? And we've got to figure that out. And then with that, I think I'll just, Casey's going to talk about parks, and I'm going to go back to this parks exhibit. And then we're doing okay on time. So Casey, if you want to talk about parks, and there are a couple comments, but again, there's more detail to talk to the group about parks also.
Yeah, briefly, the plan calls for a total of 8 acres in new parkland. Proportionally speaking, we think that puts us on the hook for 5 acres and change. If you look at our acreage as opposed to our neighbors down the street, and that's generally consistent with our understanding of what the Lintham property has been talking about at 2 and change. So we're looking at locations along observation, which is what the plan asks for. The plan is specific, not only about saying these should be active uses, but identifies specific facilities. It looks like Linthicum will have pickleball and I think tennis courts, if I'm not mistaken. So that leaves us with, a menu of 4 or 5 choices that are in the plan. We think there's some possibility of it. I don't want to reopen the pond discussion, but there's some possibility we can put an active use around that pond, even if it stays, and if it goes, that would definitely be a location for one of the pearls in the string. There are some comments telling us to take the active uses out of the area immediately to the east of Observation Drive. We've shown those, during discussions of the sector plan and discussion with the Parks Department for several months now. That's important to us to make efficient use of the rest of the property. And it also allows us to provide some uses that would probably annoy the neighbors if they were right next to wherever the residential winds up starting on the west side. So we think there are important reasons why we need to put a couple of those pearls on the other side of the road. And I think that is probably about all we need to talk about today.
So yeah, parks is on our list now. I'll follow up.
Yeah, but then follow up.
So Mr. Robbins,
Did you have anything you want to add?
I'm good unless there's other questions.
Did you have anything?
Nope.
Okay, so as far as process, we filed the concept plan. We had both the sort of the mixed use concept, and then these guys have called this the monster user, but I can think of different names.
Employment
but,
intensive.
all different names,
commercial.
but
The ideal or
it would be more of an intensive employment use with hopefully putting Montgomery County on the map for a use that would be up and down the East Coast, if not the entire country, something that's very significant.
Major economic development user that you were envisioning, and we discussed perhaps major
Correct.
economic development. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Correct.
I mean, that was,
Wait, to be clear, there is the possibility of having some of that in the mixed use concept.
Yes.
It's just that it's not as significant. It's maybe 30 to 40% of the overall development as opposed to being 70 to 80%. That is an actually fairly sizable difference in terms of all of that. And,
Right.
some of it candidly is whether or not we are in a position, whether it's via TIF or the economic development, what have you in the framework, if we can achieve some or all of it, that we are going to reach for what makes our site unique, which is the fact that we are the only, in our mind, 200-acre campus in most of the East Coast that has immediate highway adjacency. That is pretty damn unique right now. And partially the reason why this has gone undeveloped was because there was a 20-year question about the building that existed there. The good news is we've taken care of that again in fairly short order. And as a result, we've had site selectors at Montgomery County MCEDC's requests come in the last 60 odd days. And in one case, the reviewer actually said, Montgomery County finally has a site that it can compete with nationally. We are going to swing for the fences on this, which is the reason why it is important that we have two options. One is the option where we really swing, and the other option is, what if we can't deliver that? At least we still fall back to something. It still brings the possibility of employment, but it won't be the dominant force.
And it will still have economic development, but one is just a significant.
Different kind, different scale, different what have you.
Right. So we've followed through with that on the concept plan, and that's what we'd like to intend to do with the preliminary plan, is to have alternative concepts. And we think we can do this working closely with you and not making it too confusing. We would be looking at APF. We would be looking at APF for both, for each concept. And we fully recognize that when a concept came in and we were actually moving forward with, for example, a site plan application, that we would site plan what was on the table, not multiple different options, but actually what was on the table. And so we think we can comply with the zoning ordinance, comply with the subdivision regulations, follow through on the adequate public facilities testing and the like, to think a little bit outside the box, like we've tried to do with the concept plan. And we think that from speaking with people that Bob and his team have been working on, with brokers and people that are highly focused on the life sciences market and other corporate headquarters markets and like that, having these options either going through the process or actually approved would be a huge plus in terms of landing, as Patrick said, the economic development opportunity that we're trying to get here. Again, recognizing that there'll be more process that we have to go through to hone in on what that actual use is and to plan for the site. So we are, again, recognize this isn't the norm, but this site's not the norm either. And we want to work closely with you guys in a very collaborative effort to deliver a world-class project. And that's sort of been our mantra from when we started this.
Thank you. I mean, it's uncommon to have two proposals in one application, but we definitely have said we'll work with you on it. And at some point you'll have to pull the trigger as to, which option you're going to go with.
Absolutely.
And so we've made that pretty clear, I think, early on. And working with the teams and getting them on board with reviewing basically one application within, but two different options is definitely something that we're going to have to kind of work through with all the agencies. So,
and we will have to work through that too.
Yes, and
we recognize it's unusual.
Two different sets of conditions and reviews. And,
yeah.
We get that. I know, again, it's not the norm, but we're willing to work with that so that we can give you the options you need, but understanding that there's going to be a timeline where you have to make a.
And we're open to the concept. I'm sorry, I'll just add one quick thing. I'm sorry if that was Bob or anyone. I just also want to say, yes, the findings, and then the APF, I think it's most appropriate at that time to weigh in. I appreciate you sharing that that's something that you'll be asking for at that time. I think we'd need to see what's actually in front of us, but understand it's a big site, and yes, it will be, depending on how it all comes together, there might be the need for some flexibility. And so, we're not saying no or yes, we're acknowledging the request and saying that we'll review it when you have more information for us to consider. Sorry, Go ahead, whoever
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. It really is like the next step for us. The next logical step was a preliminary plan. And we thought that in today's meeting, again, not something that is necessarily done, but we thought it was important to sort of outline the fact that we have two strategies, that we think it's important that that we were coming forward with a preliminary plan that has two concepts in it. You've generally seen them. I think what we generally heard from the team that had reviewed the sector plan, that despite some differences in cases, they are in general conformance, which is what we genuinely believe they are in conformance. They just happen to be two different ways to skin the cat here. And our hope is to continue and to maintain the optionality of landing something really significant for this county as long as possible. But the truth is, the economics just don't simply let you carry land forever. And the backup plan in this case is actually what I think could still ultimately be a pretty incredible mixed use for this county and what have you. So.
Question. Appreciate hearing that. My question is, have you considered submitting another concept plan application with a little bit more information than what this one includes? Just because typically on concept plan applications, we see the street network, we see the buildings, the open space, and how all of it works together, so that we can provide a little bit more comprehensive comments. Is that something you have considered?
We haven't, because I think the next level of detail that you all will be commenting on is probably more consistent with preliminary plan than another concept plan. And a lot of this, we have to start putting pen to paper at some point with a lot more detail. Road width, sections. Once we've gotten to that level with CAD, computer design, we're starting to put together enough that like it feels a lot more like a preliminary plan. The challenge is it's atypical for 200 acres, right? I mean, that's.
Having said that, I do think that on in putting together this application, that we will have meetings that we come and we work through some sort of issue.
As long as you guys are willing to be.
Yeah, we're not
Before we file.
not going away in this, and all of a sudden you're going to see a preliminary plan. Our hope is to come forward and meet with the different groups individually and say, here's what we're thinking about transportation network. Here's what we're thinking about with these different pieces. It's not that we're going to go away in a black box and come back and turn over. Oh, by the way, next time you see it, it's the preliminary plan. Our hope is over the next.
No, I'm just saying sometimes having it, the plan application process, it helps streamline that collaboration and that kind of effort.
I mean, we can talk that through.
So it's just something to consider, a suggestion. I appreciate having the meetings. It's just sometimes it's easier just to go through the process.
Directly, no, we didn't think of doing another one, but you brought it up, so we will.
We'll think about it. But the pieces that I think that you saw in this were the important pieces from our perspective were the fact that first and foremost that we have two concepts. So that's a big deal, and that's not what's traditionally seen. The second was these are to a certain extent bubble diagrams. We wanted to make sure that roads, parks, without talking about necessarily about the sections which were brought to our attention. And of course, we've got the whole SBA and complete streets and yada, yada, yada. That's where I think there's going to be a lot of, candidly, there is conflict between those comments now. And I think we're going to have a lot of different meetings about how do we solve stormwater? How much of this is going to be based on the pedestrian circulation versus other things? These are the kind of things that we are going to need to have a lot of meetings about to resolve. But I think what we wanted to show you is that it may be possible for us to use Street A, which is part of the concept plan, that that we intend from a phasing perspective to start at the north end and move south. I think that's very important from our perspective to say, hey, we've already got Shawnee and Gateway Center that actually have fairly significant capacity to develop at the north end of this. So if we're starting with, I think we called section 1A, which is the northeast corner, with the idea that 1B, assuming it was, say, residential to commercial, and then residential folding south or residential to something else that becomes maybe more hybrid. It's the reason why we showed that zone that was kind of hatched. So that the 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B sort of gives you some suggestion about the way we think 200 acres may develop. It's not plopping a building down in Bethesda or even two buildings in the middle of Silver Spring. It's 200 acres. There's a lot of ways we could do it, but the truth is we aren't starting at the interchange and we aren't starting down by Observation and Little Seneca and all of that. We're starting at the north end off of Shawnee and Gateway.
The other thing I want to plug in here is when you start putting layers upon layer, it gets complicated because Bob just mentioned roads, parks, etc. But as we go through the phasing, we're going to show what our initial market uses are, particularly with the retail. And we will have surface parking lots, but also on this preliminary plan, we're envisioning showing that future infill as a later phase. So how those parking lots get infilled, which is in the master plan. So we will be showing that, but that we want to get that entitled, but that may not happen for 10 or 20 years. So that's the challenge right now, and how to plan all this out.
Right, and Gary, understanding that, I mean, as Bob said, these are more like bubble diagrams, and so we're being as responsive as we can to what you're providing us, and we're not intending to reinvent or refocus on the master plan because those decisions have already been made.
Right.
And so road alignments, whatever it is, it's got to be consistent with master plan. And I did hear, there's a lot of things to work out, and I think that is the intent of development applications. There's a level of detail that's not really appropriate for the master plan, and so it requires the development applications to push through that. But these are new roads, these are new sites, and so whatever was envisioned, I think, in the recommendations that we have, I think you and we and all the other agencies anticipate that that's going to be
The
part
more
of
we
it.
communicate, the
Right.
better, and we're not just gonna walk in the door, here's our plan. So that's,
Right.
we do want that feedback. So.
I think that about does it on our part. I don't know if you all have anything you want to raise, or Patrick or anyone online.
I have one, and I'm just because I'm over here.
Oh,
Hey, Phil, are you the lead reviewer? Okay, good. I got that one down.
This application, yes.
For the concept plan, or, so let me ask you differently. You're the lead reviewer for the concept plan. Will you also be the lead reviewer for the preliminary plan?
It hasn't been assigned yet.
We're not sure yet. Yeah, when we
Patrick,
get
yeah.
that. Yeah, I'll jump in, Philip. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, we haven't decided that yet. We would love to keep the continuity. We're gonna have to evaluate, Philip and the team's workload when in fact we get the preliminary plan in. So, yeah, we always strive for continuity in this. I would love to keep Philip Clark involved, but we'll have to evaluate that when we get the application.
So Patrick, we'll just keep calling you to set meetings.
Perfect.
okay.
Love you
Well,
guys. Love you guys. Yeah.
We appreciate that.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We're really excited about this. I think the council, even though it might be obviously will be a little different outcome January, but I think the excitement at that level, particularly with Marilyn Balco now sitting in as president, people are focused on this site, trying to really make something happen. And I really hope that we all can work together collaboratively to deliver what the master plan wants to see and what we want to see and what you guys want to see.
And I definitely would say work through Patrick and Philip so that there's continuity, amongst the agencies, amongst our own staff. Because a site this big, we may have one person that's kind of the point, and then multiple staff that are going to kind of take on different applications, which is, not untypical of what we do with other bigger applications. So, and if you need something that's kind of more certainty in terms of regular meetings, then work through Patrick to kind of establish that. That would be good.
And thank you for getting us on before the break. We were getting on. I know you had a busy day today, and we do appreciate it and devoting the time. So thanks to all of you.
DRC cycle ahead of the ask. So we're taking it very seriously.
It was.
Great.
Well done. We were
All right.
very excited. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Happy August all.
Have a great rest of the summer.
Thank you all.